Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yep, got it. Yep.
Hurt yourself.
That's probably true. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in yet another rousing edition of the Rob Brown Show. Starts right now. Happy Tuesday, my dudes and
You
dudettes.
sound like a snake.
Sneaky snake. What a day we got lined up. What a fantastic day of sports we've got to get to today. What sports, you might ask? All the sports. We got all the sports. Had a fabulous evening last night. Got the call last minute. Rob Brown, we need you to fill in on BetMGM tonight, which means that yesterday, and I don't know if this qualifies as a hostile takeover or not, but yesterday on the show, this was a trick I learned yesterday that's supposed to work.
Yeah, it's not working.
To clear up the camera, but it's not doing it. It worked for Trista Crick last night, which is what I was about to say.
I'm guessing she probably has a little more high quality.
Oh, yeah. She spent like $1,000 on her setup.
Okay, there you go.
She's like, I just got to get a new camera. I'm like, you just got a new camera. She goes, yeah, and I spent $1,000 on it. I was like, Trista, I hope I make Trista money one day.
What you meant to say is, hey, can I have your old one?
Yeah, that's what I should have said. What a day, what a show we've got lined up for you today. Was on BetMGM last night and got an opportunity to talk footy with a former U.S. men's national team legend, Eric Wynalda. And I'm going to play that interview for you later on in the show because I did it. So it's spectacular, frankly. It's a spectacular interview. Enjoyed the conversation where we talked about Greg and Eric Wynalda, who is obviously quite connected to the U.S. men's national team, had some thoughts on the future of Greg Berhalter. So I'm going to play that interview for you later because Eric told us, in his opinion, when we can expect some potential news on the front of the manager of the United States international football team. So we'll get to that probably at the end of the 8 o'clock hour. I will run that for you. We have got a bunch of sound. Sarah Walsh has jumped up to the top of my NFL Insider board. I discovered her not terribly long ago on Yahoo Sports, and I was like, all right, let me check out some of her stuff. Actually, I'm a big fan. And she gave her breakdown on the NFC South yesterday, or not her breakdown, the biggest storylines across the NFC South yesterday and what she expects to take place. And one of those was about the Carolina Panthers. And Sarah Walsh, who again has grown on me in the last 4 or 5 days since I discovered her. I not discovered her like, hey, everybody, this is Sarah. She's fine. I mean, like, for the first time, I have seen her stuff and gotten involved and started watching it. Sarah Walsh had a great take on Carolina, and you've heard it before, is all I'm saying. So we'll talk to her later on. We won't talk to her. She will talk to us later on in the radio show. I look forward to that. Novak Djokovic is at Wimbledon right now. That's a big soccer tournament. You may or may not have heard, or excuse me, tennis tournament. Get it together, Rob. Get it together. It's a big tennis tournament happening right now in England. And Joker is obviously a part of it, being one of the best tennis players on the face of the planet right now. Joker is kind of an interesting case study to me, because Joker is kind of like the tennis Aaron Rodgers. He's got some, shall we say, polarizing viewpoints, but also is a dominant athlete in his sport. And Joker learned a very interesting lesson and then decided to pop off on the microphone yesterday after he won a hotly contested tennis contest. I want to play that audio for you and talk about that for just a minute because I was sports entertained by it. So that's coming up later in the show. We got a lot of college footy coming up on the show. We got a lot of NFL football we need to get to on the broadcast. All that more coming up. None of it, however, before we say good morning, Lonzo. Good morning, Lonzo.
Hello, Rob. How are you today?
I'm exceptional. Never found out what happened yesterday. I got a working theory, though. Would you like to hear the working theory about what happened yesterday?
I would love, and so would everyone else, love to hear the working theory.
All right, so I'm not going to go through the whole story again, but for those of you who listened to the show yesterday,
yeah, there are people who don't know what you're talking about. Though.
For those of you who listened to the show yesterday, you heard a thing that happened to me. And the thing that happened to me yesterday was that I woke up, got out of bed, went through my normal routine, and at 20 till 6, which is also 20 minutes till the show starts, Lonzo texted me, "You up?" And in my brain, it wasn't 5:40, it was 4:40. There was an hour of my morning that went missing yesterday. I swore it was 4:40. I was just strolling through my day like any other given normal day. And then Lonzo texts me, "You up?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm on the air in 20 minutes. Uh-oh." And it genuinely and sincerely gave me anxiety the whole show yesterday. We got off the air yesterday, and I said to Lonzo, "I got to run. I can't do anything else until I figure out where my missing hour went." And Lonzo went, "Oh, yeah, no, I know. I'm not shocked by that." So yesterday I went home intent on doing my best Sherlock Holmes impression, my best Horatio Caine impression, and putting together the forensic analysis of my morning to figure out what went wrong. So yesterday afternoon, I get back to the house, take care of the animals, have some lunch, settle down, and I'm like, "All right, Brownie, let's think about your day here. Let's think about this AM. Let's go step by step through what happened." The alarm went off. You got out of bed. You showered. You got dressed. You spent time on the couch with the doggo. You spent time in the living room with El Gato. You kissed the fiance goodbye. You packed up your drinks for the day in the backpack. You picked up the backpack. You left. Suddenly, you were an hour behind. Had nothing. So the fiance comes home, and I go, "Hey, before you get comfortable, I have a series of questions to run by you." And I think she thought it was about to be like way worse.
Was there a light involved? I mean, a spotlight or anything like that?
No, it wasn't like
we
have ways of making you talk.
Okay, you didn't sit her in an empty room in a chair.
And handcuff her to a chair, like no other cop wearing aviators with his arms crossed in the background. Nothing like that, right? But she walked in the door, and I'm like, "Before you get comfy," I was editing audio at the kitchen table. As soon as she walks in, I did, and I recognize it now. I didn't pick it up at the time, but she opens the door, and I'm sitting at the kitchen table, which faces the side door, which is the carport door, and she gets the carport because I'm a good person. She walks in the door, and I look up.
Yeah, that's the reason.
It is a reason. I park on the far side of the driveway so she can have the carport, which is right by the door to the house, because I'm a nice person. So she opens the door to the carport, and she walks in the house, and I realize in retrospect how dramatic this looked, because I'm sitting there working on the laptop. She walks in, I look at her, and I just grab the top of the laptop, and I close it real slow like that. And then I go, "Before you get comfortable, I have a couple of questions." And she's like, "What?" I said, "Before you get comfortable, I have to ask you a few questions about last night and this morning." And she's like, "I was here with you." Because that's the way you start a conversation with, "Where were you last night between the hours of 9 and 3 a.m.?
The way you just said you worded it, that's exactly what. Yeah.
100% like I was about to accuse her of either A, cheating or B, murder. That was one of the two ways this was going, right? So close the laptop, and I'm like, before you get comfortable, I have to ask you a few questions. What? I'm like, I have a series of questions about last night and this morning that I need answers to. And she goes, I was with you last night. You were here last night. I'm like, no, I know that. What I'm worried about was this morning. And she goes, I was asleep in the same bed as you. I'm like, yeah, no, I know that. Not what I have questions about. And she says, then you need to phrase that differently. And I was like, yeah, you're probably right.
She was absolutely right.
Yeah, she was absolutely right. So I said, all right, here's did you hear the alarm go off? My phone alarm go off this morning? And she goes, yeah, I did. I said, did I get up? And she goes, I'm pretty sure you did, but it was also 3:40 in the morning and I was kind of zonked. So I think so, but it's also possible that you shut it off and we both went back to sleep, which is a thing that happens, once in a blue moon, once, twice a month. That'll happen, which is why I have backup alarms set throughout the remainder of the house. If the phone alarm doesn't do it, the Alexa bedside alarm will. And if that alarm, it's weird how I say it now. If that alarm doesn't do it,
oh, no, you said it perfect when you weren't thinking about it, and then you started
it's in my
thinking
head.
about it, and then you changed it.
if the bedroom Alexa doesn't do it, then the kitchen Alexa, I have like a series of scattered throughout the house alarms that I have to get up and respond to. And she goes, I said, did I turn off the other ones? And she said, because last weekend, I was gone on Friday. I broadcasted from down in Pensacola, and then I was off on Monday. And she goes, oh, last Thursday, since you were going to be out of town, I turned those off. So, because they're set to go off on weekdays, but I wasn't there Friday. I wasn't there Monday. She goes, I turned those off so that they would not go off at 3:40 in the morning when you're not here, and I wouldn't have to get out of bed and go to the other side of the house and turn off the alarm in the kitchen. And I was like, that checks out. So the working theory now, for the zero of you that give a darn about my health and well-being and mental stability overall.
Your mom might be listening. She cares.
So for the one of you that cares, the working theory now is that the fiancé turned off the backup alarms last Friday and Monday when I was not here. Last week, since we only worked Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, and on Tuesday, I had gotten a full day of rest. So like Tuesday morning wasn't a problem. Wednesday morning wasn't a problem. We were off Thursday for the 4th. So because the other thing is all the alarms, if it's a holiday, will ask me the night before, do you want me to cancel tomorrow morning's alarm since it's a holiday? And I say, yes, Alexa, yes, Pixel, please and thank you. And it will just shut the alarms down. So then Friday, I got up, had a normal day. Everything was fine. So I never knew that the alarm was killed off. So the working theory, Zoe, is that because Sunday night, I stayed up a little later than I should have watching baseball. The thought is yesterday morning, I got up with the phone alarm. I shut it off, and subconscious half asleep Rob said, you've got backup alarms. You can rest the eyes for another 10 minutes because it's like 10-minute intervals throughout the house. So it's like 3:40, 3:50, 4 a.m., and then 4:10. And 4:10 is the one on the other side of the house that goes off like a nuclear bomb is incoming. So I was like, you can close your eyes for 10 more minutes. And then I because the backup alarms didn't go off, I had one of those. You ever had that nap where you close your eyes and then you open your eyes back up and then somebody else is in the house is like, did you have a good night? You've been out for an hour? And you're like, no, I didn't. I blinked. And they're like, no, dude, you've been out for an hour and a half. You ever had that happen to you?
Yeah, it happens to me, but we have an alarm. So it's more I wake up because the alarm is being canceled, shut off, whatever. And it's like, wait.
But it feels like you just blinked.
It's like, why are they home so early?
Yeah.
And then you look and realize that they're not. Yeah.
So the thought is I turned off the phone alarm. I did the whole blink, but you're out for an hour thing. Then I naturally woke up at 5 o'clock, but because it felt like I blinked, I assumed it was 3:45 in the morning and was just going about my routine. That's the working theory. I cannot prove it wasn't Sasquatch or interdimensional extraterrestrial beings or Will Smith, Agent P.
Yeah, you left out the fact that there was a possibility, he was Agent J, by the way, that you were abducted by aliens, and that's why you lost that hour.
I can't prove it wasn't. Okay? I can't prove.
Or were you kind of squirmy yesterday? I mean, I'm trying to.
Yes, but it was out of the anxiety.
No, I mean, you know, in your chair.
No, my booty did not hurt yesterday.
Okay, all right. I was trying to be nice about it.
I was not a ham probed. I can tell you that for sure. Because I've gotten the colonoscopy, and I can tell you the next day it was kind of like,
yeah, it's not.
Chairs are interesting now.
They are.
Chairs are fun.
So I think your working theory is probably what happened.
I think it is too.
And so you're not blaming her though.
Not at all. Because she made the right call.
Yeah, she did.
She made the right call. When she goes out of town, right? And it's a nice relationship. Eric, Texas Show, said, are we going to talk about the Bravos? We are, Eric, because I stayed up late to watch that full 11-inning extra inning win over the Diamondbacks. I stayed up till midnight watching that game. Did you? Yeah, we are going to talk about him. When we have a wonderful relationship in that we are not codependent, right? Like if she goes, hey, I'm going out of town for work, I'm like, all right, cool, have a good time. And if I say I'm going to Charlotte in 2 weeks for ACC Media Days, and I told her that, and she's like, good, I don't have a messy house for a week. Like we're fine being apart from each other for a while. So it makes sense that the minute I left, she was like, every alarm in the house, turn off. Right? Oh, alarm. Damn it. Alarm. Damn it.
You were doing so well.
I know, I was.
Alarm.
It makes sense, right? Like she goes, I'm going out of town for the night. And I'm like, that checks out. I'm not wearing pants for a week, right? Like that's kind of the thing. It makes sense she did that. And then it makes sense that I had one of my 10-minute snooze periods. I don't know why that happened. One of my 10-minute snooze periods that accidentally turned into an hour because my backup alarms were good. This morning, the backup alarms were reset. I didn't need them, but they were reset. And we, 2 and 2. So Occam's razor, that is working with the answer that requires the least assumptions. Occam's razor is she cut the backup alarms. I did that like blink that turns into an hour nap thing, and my life just wasn't together. My life was just out of control yesterday, and that's what happened. So that's the working theory. All right, when we come back, since Eric was so kind to text the show at 71307 and start your text with FAN, F-A-N, and ask if we're going to talk Bravos. When we come back, let's talk Bravos. 11-inning, 5-4 win over the Diamondbacks on the road last night, and they did it with Bryce Elder on the bump. Maybe there's something cooking in the ATL. Let's talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. Corey, what's up, buddy? Mike, good morning, pal. Welcome to the show. Did I turn off the wrong mic again?
No, I didn't have mine off
Okay.
yet. It's my fault.
Good morning, guys. Welcome in. Great to have you, as always. If you have joint pain from arthritis or an old injury, whatever, and it's keeping you from living the life that you love, like playing golf or hiking or playing with the grandkids, QC Kinetics is here to help. Hey, it's Rob Brown. The relief you're looking for? QC Kinetics can help with exciting new cellular therapies. They've been helping patients like you every day. And as the nation's leader in non-surgical advanced regenerative therapy, QC Kinetics offers cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your body's own healing ability so you can ditch the joint pain and move again. Don't just put up with chronic pain forever, and don't just accept surgery or drugs as your only option. QC Kinetics can treat the pain, heal your achy joints, improve your mobility, and enhance your life with long-term relief and no downtime. QC Kinetics is here to help with regenerative, restorative cellular treatment. So call them for a consultation today at 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772 in Greenville and Asheville. 864-448-3772. 72.
Welcome to Staples, young man.
Tomorrow's my big day.
Big day?
First grade.
Aw, well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue.
I need a lot.
Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school.
Wait. The finances are mom's department.
Right.
I'm looking for performance, like your Core i7 processor.
When first grade is for the change.
Tell me about it.
Save big back to school with super low Staples Hot Deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Sponsored
All right, what up, stream? How's everybody? Are we just having a day?
Online casino-style games for free at ChumbaCasino.com.
Chumba.
Can't wait to hear what's next on Wire to Wire with Cole and Diesel.
Tell me what's coming up. Controversial trans swimmer Leah Thomas was denied her bid to compete as a female in the Olympics. How did we get here?
What coach in the SEC is on the hot seat, according to Diesel and I?
And what city in South Carolina would be best suited to host a major sports team if our state ever got one? All coming up on the next Wire to Wire.
Diesel and Cole Bryson really bring it on.
That got cut off.
Turn it on and leave it on.
Afternoons 3 to 7 on the Fan Upstate.
Wire to what?
Your guide to the gridiron. The maestro of the matchups and the keeper of all things cool.
The Atlanta Braves win a 5-4 11-inning fight on the road at Arizona last night. It was one, I think, that the Bravos needed. I think they needed to carry some momentum after winning back-to-backers against the Philadelphia Phillies, taking 2 out of 3 against the Phillies. They had, of course, previously lost a 3-game series at home against the San Francisco Giants. And there was, I think, understandably, some concern after that series loss to the Giants. The Giants are a good team that is getting better. The Giants are a team that is starting to find their stride a little bit. The Giants are a team that will not win that division because the Dodgers are in that division, and the Dodgers are, and this is true, I've done the research, pretty good at baseballing. But the Giants are a team that are absolutely not just alive in the race for the third wild card spot in the National League. The Giants are a team that I actually really like to grab that third wild card spot in the National League. So I got a little bit concerned about the Braves after that 3-game set where they dropped a couple to San Francisco. But they followed it up with a 3-game set against the Phillies, the best team, not in the National League, the best team in baseball. And when the Braves got the second after a loss on Friday night, when they won the Saturday game, I was like, all right, but this is pretty Bravos, right? Like, they're going to win like 2 out of every 5, 3 out of every 5, occasionally 4 out of every 5. But I was convinced they're just going to hover at that 10 games above 500 mark, which is not the end of the world. The Braves are first place in the hunt for the top wild card spot, which means that in the opening round of the playoffs, if it was to begin today, the Braves would take the lowest seeded divisional winner, which right now with 53 wins would be the Milwaukee Brewers. I thought that's if you're going to have a first round matchup, playing the Brew Crew is a pretty good pick. As it stands right now, the Phillies would get a bye. The Brewers would play in the opening round as the winners of the Central with 53 wins as the lower seed. The Dodgers would play as the higher seed with 55 wins. And the Braves would get the lower seeded divisional champ. That's about as good as you can ask for. The Phillies, on the other hand, who are now 5-5 in their last 10, granted without Harper, without Schwarber, injuries impact every team. But as we have said in the past, or at least I have argued in the past, big injuries are not an excuse. They are a reason. I get really frustrated when, and Lonzo and I butted heads on this in the past. I get really frustrated when a team, because I said butt.
You said butt head.
Oh, I said butted heads.
But it's still.
I accept it. I accept it.
All right.
I accept it.
You know.
I accept it. Lonzo and I have tussled in the past on this before. If a team does not perform to the level you expected them to perform, but they did not perform to the level you expected them to perform because 2 or 3 of their best players are out, that is not an excuse for a loss. That's a reason for a loss. Excuses are things that are within your control that go wrong. Reasons are things that are out of your control that go wrong. Your best players being on the bench with an injury, that's outside of your control, unless you did something dumb to get them injured, which there are some teams that do that. New York Knicks under Tom Thibodeau, am I right? But Schwarber and Harper, freak injuries, freak accidents. The Phillies losing their 2 best sluggers and the offense slowing down because of it, that's not an excuse for the team slowing down. That's a reason they have. However, as was said yesterday to one of the Phillies fans that was in the stream chat, you can watch the stream live at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, The Rob Brown Show on YouTube, or The Rob Brown Show on Twitch. As was said to a Philly fan in the chat yesterday, the Braves are without Ronald Acuna Jr. and Spencer Strider, 2 of the best 20 players in Major League Baseball right now. So the Phillies being down 2, same thing for the Atlanta Braves, and the Braves took 2 out of 3. So the thought going into Arizona was, if I am going to take a weekly dose of hopium from Atlanta, the thing that I need to see the most out of them is some level of consistency. I need them to go to Arizona, which is a sub 500 now. They are after last night's loss. They were 500 coming into the season, or coming into the series last night. I need you to go beat average teams. And Arizona's the definition of average. They're 500. Definition of average. Actually, in terms of record this year, arguably they are below average. Arguably. But they're 500. I need you to go beat a team at their house that is 500, because the Braves have also been leaning on being at home. They are 29-17 at the house. Going into last night, they were 20-22 on the road. They're just not good on the road. So I needed them to show some consistency, beat an average team, and do it on the road. Last night, the Braves could have folded like a cheap house of cards. They found themselves going into the top of the 9th inning, down a run. Down 2. They were down a pair going into that one. It was 3-1. And Eddie Rosario, who got picked up, he was, remember Eddie Rosario was with the Braves during the World Series run. Eddie Rosario was up in D.C. with the Nats, and he was struggling. It was going real bad for Eddie Rosario. And D.C., the Nationals, DFA'd him. Just cut him, basically. Well, the Braves, because, speaking of injuries, Money Mike Harris is out right now with one. The Braves needed somebody. They needed a warm body, like literally the definition of somebody. They needed a body to be able to plug into the lineup, so they went and got somebody who was very familiar with the Braves, Eddie Rosario. Eddie Rosario comes up last night. He gets himself on base. Here comes Sean Murphy, 2 down, top of the 9th, down a pair. And what does Sean Murphy do? Sean Murphy works the count. He ends up in a spot where he's got 2 strikes in the top of the 9th, 2 strikes, 2 out. And in a moment that all of us fantasize about when we are youths, hitting rocks with sticks in our backyard, Sean Murphy goes 2-run dinger out to right field to tie the ball game at 3. The Bravos end up, I didn't call it a dong. I could have called it, I thought about calling it a dong.
See, I was
Thought about it.
I was going to let it go. And then you had to do that.
I saw the wheel spinning. Like,
No.
do I not?
No, if I hesitate, then I'm not going to do it. I mean, you know, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm almost on vacation. It seems to be bothering him. And then you had to go with the opposite.
Sean Murphy comes to the plate and has a big dong to level the score at 3-3.
Hey, did you take the training, by the way?
No, I'm doing that today after the show.
Okay, I'm just curious about
What?
that.
Hitting a massive home run is not anything to get dumped. Going up there and slinging a dinger is not anything to get dumped. Going up there with a big dong isn't getting dumped. It's hitting a home run. That's baseball. That's baseball. So Sean Murphy goes up there and in a moment that, again, every American Ute plays through at least one time in their head as a Ute. Sean Murphy, 2 strikes, 2 outs, last out of the game, hits a 2-run shot out to right. The Bravos tie the game. They go to extra innings. They score by the way, we got to have a conversation about the term ghost runner because it's driving me up a freaking wall. But the Braves score 1 in the top of the 10th. The Diamondbacks go level. The Braves score the runner in the top of the 11th. And then they keep the Diamondbacks away from the dish in the bottom of the 11th. And the Bravos end up getting by Arizona. Here's what's weird with Atlanta right now. They are leaning on pitching. Okay, that's not nobody watching the Braves is shocked by that. They are leaning on pitching. Last night was supposed to be the start for Chris Sale. Chris Sale has been an absolute dude for Atlanta this year. 11 wins, leads the major leagues as we head towards the All-Star break, the All-Star game happening a week from today, as a matter of fact. So last night was supposed to be a Chris Sale start. But the Braves, I think, in a smart decision, because you've got to win the Arizona series, decide to give Chris Sale an extra day of rest before sending him out to the bump. But they were out of dudes, so they recalled Bryce Elder. Bryce Elder was a hit or miss, but more miss than hit guy. Elder comes up, 5 innings, 4 hits. He did give up 3 runs with a couple of walks to show for it. But it was overall a pretty solid performance. But that's the thing. If the Braves are going to win and they've got a pitcher who gives up 3 runs, you've got to have the offense score. I don't care in any team, not just Atlanta. So if Bryce Elder, who is a hit or miss but more miss than hits guy, if Bryce Elder is going to show up and give you that performance, you got to put runners across the dish, and Atlanta did it last night. Atlanta ended up with 8 hits. That's around what is expected out of this team. I'd like to see that double digits. I'd like it to see it 10 more than it's 8 or 6. But they put the ball into play. They did so in big clutch situations. They answered for their pitcher, which is something they have not been doing all season. And the pitching's gotten better. Holmes came in, went 3 innings, no hits, no runs allowed. Iglesias, who earned the win, came in 2 innings, 1 run allowed, on no hits, by the way. Jimenez came in to close out the 10th, 1 inning, no hits, no runs. The bullpen for Atlanta is exceptional right now. It's got the lowest ERA in July of any MLB bullpen, and the starters are getting it done. If the bats wake up, this team is good. You can put the panic button away. This team's good if the bats stay awake. Finish this series with Arizona, go get the one against San Diego, and let's hit the break. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I just said that, announcer guy. All right, guys, give me 45 seconds. I'm ready.
Elsewhere in
Oh,
the
stay well.
it's all clear. From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Joe Brooks on the Fan Upstate. Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Staples proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Staples, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store it, start with Staples. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card. Look at your cup. It's empty. And you're feeling thirsty. Maybe when you're nearby convenience store and fill it. Your Pepsi Zero Sugar Mountain Dew or Star. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cash back you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
From the Ingles Market Studio.
Punch your ticket to the best local stores. 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg. Always streaming wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Early birds get the sports scoop. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Robin Lonzo with you. It is Tuesday morning. The good people of upstate South Carolina and the rest of the world. Talked a little Braves baseball in that last segment. Should you elect to throw your opinion into the ring, there are multiple ways to do it this morning. The Renewal by Andersen of the Carolinas phone line is open for you at 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE is that number. You can text us. The text line is open at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the air. And then you can shoot us a tweet or an X or a post or a thread or whatever you call it at the Rob Brown Show if you want to get to me, at Lonzo on Word if you want to get to the great one, and at the Fan Upstate if you want to get to everybody up in this hizzy, this AM. All the different ways for you to get in touch with the show. By the way, if you have something more long format and you don't want to get on the air with it, my email is open for you as well. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. rob.brown@thefanupstate.com if you want to drop a line that way. So we have talked a little bit this AM about the Atlanta Braves. I think you are seeing glimpses now, and you're seeing these glimpses more regularly. We talked about the loss against the Giants, a 2-1 series win in favor of the G-Men in the ATL at Truist. Then the Phillies came to town. And again, I know the Phillies aren't in full health right now. Harper and Schwarber both out. Those are the two biggest bats in that lineup. But the Bravos are missing guys too. Money Mike is down. Ronnie Acuna Jr. is down. Spencer Strider is down. This team's banged up. And not only is it banged up, but it's banged up in positions that other guys that you don't necessarily want to lean on are being leaned on. Guys like Adam Duvall. Now, there are some that have answered the bell. Since he has become a day-to-day starter, Jared Kelenic has become a dude out in center field. Last night had a couple of clutch, impressive athletic plays on defense to keep runners off the bags for Arizona. He has had a handful of dingers over the past couple of weeks in big spots, Like, it has been nice to see the development of the starting center fielder, but at the same time, I would point out that you didn't know that was going to happen. Adam Duvall's kind of the opposite. Duvall's kind of broken out a little bit. He had a clutch hit last night, but Adam Duvall for a hot minute there wasn't really a guy that was getting it done for you. And then you had like a rotating cast of crew. Eli White, big ups to him, Greenville native, Clemson player who spent time with Texas before he got called to the ATL. He's come up big. Had a homer the other night. Last night had a couple of big spots. You've had guys that have stepped in. Matt Olson leads the league in strikeouts right now. It's not the normal suspects. And I guess that is kind of what is driving a little bit of the optimism, is that I do not believe there's a world in which Matty Ice Matt Olson leads the league in Ks, but not home runs and ribbies this year. I don't believe there is a world where Matt Olson stays this cold through the end of the season. And if that is the case, and the guys that have stepped up in spots like last night for Atlanta keep stepping up in spots like last night for Atlanta, I think you're in a pretty good spot. It was 4 weeks ago. It was 4 weeks ago that I was laying on the panic button. It was 4 weeks ago that I was like, yo, this team's cooked.
Sure it was 4?
No, I'm not.
Seems more recent than that.
Maybe 3. I know it was less than 3. Or excuse me, I know it was right around 3 at most. Or at least. Words are hard this morning. I know it was at least 3. I'll put it that way.
It happened.
It did happen.
We have proof somewhere.
I was laying heavy on the panic button for the Bravos. But I think it was justified at the time, right? I think it was justified. They were losing to every good team, and they were competing with the average and the bad teams. And I said at the time, it's not good enough, right? And I think it's fine. And for the record, I still don't think it was wrong to panic at that point, because at that point, the Phillies were sitting on like a 3 or 4 game lead. It got up to 11 at one point. And I have said since the beginning, I don't think you can allow the Philadelphia Phillies to go into the All-Star break with a double-digit divisional lead. I think you've got to keep them within single-digit striking distance. And it's not just about winning the NL East. At this point, if we can keep it a buck, I don't really care about that. Because as we have pointed out, it almost feels at this point like winning the number 1 seed and getting the first round bye, it kind of feels like it's a bad thing now. Last Saturday on Bet for the Cycle with former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker, I asked him that question. I'm like, yo, you were a hitter, right? You were a timing guy. How much of a wrench does it throw into the system for you to take a seat for a week? And he said, honestly, it's probably, not definitively, it's probably harder in baseball than it is to get that timing and that rhythm and that routine back. Probably harder to do in baseball than it is in football or basketball. If you sit for a week in basketball and then you get immediately back out onto the hardwood, it might take you a quarter, maybe a quarter and a half to get your jumper back. But if you're a natural shooter, you're going to get that touch back pretty quick. If you're a quarterback and you are in a rhythm as far as knowing the timing of your wide receivers and hitting them out of stride, no, all right, throw it into the break and then he's going to catch it out of it, right? If you're a quarterback, it might take you 2, 3, 4 series to get that timing back, but if you're a good one, you're going to get that timing back within a game, right? He said baseball, but you got to think about it this way. If your offense isn't what is working for you, if your offense isn't working and you're a baseball player, you might get 27 outs, 29 outs, 31, 32 outs. He goes, if you think about that, with 9 guys in the rotation, if you are not hitting the ball, if you're lucky, the top of your lineup gets to go to the plate 4 times in a game. Because think about this. Cody Decker said, when I was a major league player and I was trying to get my groove back like Stella, if I was trying to get my groove back, I would go into the batting cage and I would hit 150 balls, right? And I would look at every pitch 25 or 30 times. I would have the jugs machine throw me 25 heaters, and then 25 off speed, and then 25 curves, and then 25 sliders. I would have it throw me all the looks of whatever the next pitcher I had coming up was, and I'd take 125 pitches. If you are a major league player in a game, if you're lucky to have 4 at-bats in a game, and a lot of guys, like bottom of the lineup guys, which are your worst hitters, they're getting 3. He said if you have a full count plus a pitch at-bat, that's 8. He said if you are lucky, you're getting 32 pitches to look at in a game, and over half of those are balls, which if you're doing well, you're not swinging at. So you're looking at 10 to 14 pitches in a game that you get to take a cut at. 10 to 14 pitches that you look at that you think you should take a cut at. He goes, now transpose that to a team that's coming off the bye. You sit for a week, you come off the bye, and not only are you, if you're lucky, as a bottom of the lineup guy, getting 12 to 16 pitches to swing at, but those 12 to 16 pitches you're getting to swing at, they're coming off of a pitcher who is not taking a break. He's in his stride. If he's a playoff pitcher, he's likely got his timing and his rhythm and his control down. Versus your pitchers who have not thrown a 5 or 6 or 7 inning live ball situation in a week. If it's depending on how your rotation falls, maybe a week and a half, maybe 2, right? So getting that first round bye isn't necessarily a good thing. In fact, it might be a bad thing. Look at the Dodgers last year. Look at the Braves, the years they've gotten look at the Yankees, the years they've gotten the number 1 seed. They've all lost. And they've all lost to hot wild card teams. Philly, Arizona, whatever. Like they've all lost to hot wild card teams. So I'm not worried about winning the NL East. If winning the NL East gives Philadelphia the number 1 overall seed, so be it. That actually might be good for Atlanta because they might see Atlanta in the NLCS, maybe the NLDS, depending on how it shakes up. But they might see Atlanta in the NLCS. And if they've had a week off, they might not see them in CS because they might get beat by a wild card team, as has happened plenty of times since the playoffs expanded. They might see Atlanta in the CS while Atlanta's been on a hot streak. They may not make it there because they might catch whoever's going to end up in that other wild card spot. They might catch that team. Let's see, Philly would be the 1 seed. They'd be off. Then they'd catch the lowest remaining wild card team, which would be either St. Louis at 48 wins, San Diego at 49. If the wild card teams gets bounced, the Brewers at 53. All teams that will have played a series before the NL divisional series. So I'm good if Atlanta ends up not winning the NL East, if the NL East winner is the number 1 overall seed. I'd like to win it so that the CS is in Atlanta, so that the wild card and the CS are in Atlanta, because Atlanta would today have to go, I believe, on the road to take on Milwaukee in a wild card series. And remember, the wild card series, 3-game series that is all at the home team. So you got to go in 2 out of the 3 on the road against the divisional winner. I don't particularly love that. But if it means that the DS is against a team that had a week off, cool. Now, it may not be. It may not be. But I don't think that not winning the NL East is the worst thing that can happen to Atlanta. What I'm looking at right now is, can this team show me some consistency? Can this team keep the momentum rolling? And they've got an opportunity to prove it, because they're up against Arizona, an Arizona team that has been one of the better teams for the last 2 or 3 weeks. This was an Arizona team that like a week ago was sitting 4 games below 500, 3 games below 500. Last night, they were playing to get above 500 for the first time in 4 or 5 weeks. And Atlanta kept them from doing it. Atlanta drove them back to sub 500. Now, what I'd like to see as the Braves roll on with this set against the Diamondbacks, a 4-gamer out in Arizona. You have to at least split this series. You got Chris Sale going to the bump against Zach Gallen. That is a matchup of Cy Young finalists, at least qualified for it right now. If Atlanta wins this game tonight, if they can protect Chris Sale and put runs on the board against Zach Gallen, I'm going to feel a lot better. Tomorrow, Uncle Charlie Morton is back on the bump. And then on Thursday, scheduled, could be Spencer Swellenbach. Might end up going somewhere else. But you got a minute before you rotate back around to Reynaldo Lopez, the ERA leader for 16-game pitchers. And then if you play your cards right, you might get Chris Sale rounding out that series against San Diego. So here's what I'm looking at. You won the first one against Atlanta. Took you extra innings, don't care, or against Arizona. Took you extra innings. You had Bryce Elder on the bump. I'll take that win, no matter how it comes, no matter how ugly it is. You got 6 games left against teams that are some of the hottest in the National League. Arizona, who crawled back to 500. San Diego, who, as we mentioned a minute ago, has been consistently hanging out second place in the West, a few games above 500. That's a good Padres team with a couple of all-stars. So here's what I'd like to see, because after that Padres series, it's all-star break time. Here's what I'd like to see. You've got 3 more against Arizona. Win 2 of them. Then you're at San Diego to wrap up the left coast roadie before the all-star break. Win 2 of the 3 against San Diego. If Atlanta wins 4 of the last 6, and Atlanta finds themselves in a spot where they are sitting at 54 and 41, I'd be real good with that. And then you've got the break. Get Money Mike healthy. Get your infielders back on the same page. And let Alex Anthopoulos go to work. Let Anthopoulos go to work. And if Anthopoulos goes to work and he makes that move, and again, I got guys I like. Luis Robert Jr. out of the White Sox. Randy Arozarena, I know he's a down year. You know who Randy Arozarena, moving from Tampa to Atlanta, I would like to think best case scenario reminds you of Chris Sale. Chris Sale was up in Boston. He was struggling, change of scenery down to the ATL. All of a sudden, Chris Sale's an all-star again. I'd like to think a revamped Randy Arozarena patrolling probably right field. I think you move Kelenic back to right and you move Randy Arozarena to center, put Money Mike in left. And I think you've got a pretty damn good outfield set of bats there. But if Robert Jr. comes over from Chicago, same thing. Get me an outfield bat, maybe an infield bat, although I'm going to be straight up, I don't think there's many available at the deadline. Get me an outfield bat, get me an infield bat, because Arcia's not him right now. He is falling off a cliff. And I think Atlanta's right back in the mix. Again, don't care if they win the division. Don't care if they get the 1 seed. Just care that they carry the Momo into the playoffs. Speaking of a dude carrying the Momo, Lonzo's going to Momo his way through this sports flash. That one wasn't great, but I tried.
Yeah, I think Momonosuke, but you have no idea who it is because anime is awesome. The United States Ryder Cup team has named Cup veteran Keegan Bradley as its captain for the 2025 competition at Bethpage Black in New York. PGA have been in talks with Tiger Woods to captain the team for months, but Woods' availability for promoting the event was in question. Bradley has played in 2 Ryder Cups, recording a 4-3-0 record in 2012 and 2014. U.S. Basketball announced Kevin Durant will miss the early portion of training camp before the Olympics with a minor calf strain. Head coach Steve Kerr said Durant will be sidelined as a precaution. 35-year-old is playing for his 4th gold medal and is Team USA's all-time leading scorer. Make sure you tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for a brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate. A lot of fun, all wire to wire. Scooting. Daggum scooting along.
Stop by for your chance to win a $25 Eagles gift card.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals.
Bum.
I think it's going to be a good learning curve for Caitlin Clark. And I think a lot of people are going to write her off. And I think she's going to have a lot of games where she turns the ball over 10 times. And a lot of moments where her three's not falling, where she's not confident, she's making mistakes. And I think her greatness will be there. I just think it's going to take some time. Remember, most of these people who've been anointed over the course of sports the last 30 years, the next great thing, haven't had to deal with the social media reality. Caitlin Clark's going to have to.
Brighter than you.
Weekdays 10 to noon on the Fan Upstate. Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
You have wanted for years men to be invested in your game. Here we are. We want to buy in. We want to be a part of it. But you also have to say, y'all enjoy the game the way you enjoy the game. The day that you start policing fans and telling fans how they may and may not talk about, not act, not come to the games and behave, not act towards, but just talk about your game. If you are going to police the way we talk about your game, we'll go right back to not talking about it. And as somebody who wants women's sports to grow and get bigger and better, trust me, you don't want to get to a point where I feel like it is too controversial for me to address your game at the risk of offending the women who support it. If you want it to be treated like the big time sports, you've got to treat it like you are a big time athlete within that sport.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on the Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
It's Bet MGM tonight.
2 years ago, he pretty much individually won me my fantasy baseball league.
This was 2 years ago because last year's
I
team
won one
was
game.
not good.
Yeah, because I couldn't do the draft. I had cousin Joe do the draft. He got drunk instead. It became a mess. I couldn't communicate because you and I were doing the show.
We were. It was just you and me in here. And, I told you to, like, when you're up, take it off. I'll talk. I'll be fine.
I could do it to you.
I would have helped you out. I just would have wanted a percentage of the winnings. That's all.
Bet MGM tonight.
Live sports betting updates as they happen. Weeknights at 7.
On the Fan Upstate.
Upstate. WORD Spartanburg.
WFPC HD3 Greenbelt, the official sports voice of you, the Upstate Fan.
Upstate.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Hey, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown Lockdown.
Represents being a winner.
Yeah. Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. Rob.
The Fan Upstate.
Here we go. Hour numero dos of the Rob Brown radio program. It is Rob Brown. It is the great one, Lonzo. It is you here on a lovely Upstate Tuesday morning. Blue skies surround us as we get set to start our day. My friends, we got coming up later on in the show a couple of interesting stories that I'd like to get into. Kyle Petty talked about the Chicago street race. I would like to play his comments for you. Sarah Walsh talked a little bit about what she believes to be the biggest offseason story for the Carolina Panthers. I would like to talk about that. Last night, I got the opportunity as I hosted BetMGM Tonight across the nation and right here on the Fan Upstate from 7 to 11 p.m. Got the opportunity last night to talk to Eric Winnaud, former United States men's national football player, about the Greg Berhalter situation alongside Trista Crick of The Crew. I'm going to play that interview back for you coming up at the end of maybe this hour. If not the end of this hour, definitely the end of the next hour. We'll see how things shake up. But I got that for you coming up very soon on the radio broadcast, along with a handful of other things I would like to get to. But before we get to any of that, it is 7:02 in the a.m. You have just over 53 minutes remaining until you've got to get to work. And when you get to work, you know you're going to talk sports, right? You're going to take that first break at you clock in at 8 o'clock, 11, 8:12. You'll take your first break of the day. You're going to walk down the hallway. You're going to go meet up with Nancy from HR, the only HR rep that you like. And you guys are going to talk a little sports. And when you do that, you need to know what's going on. So you don't want to look silly in front of Nancy. All right. You don't want to look silly in front of her. So you need to know what's going on. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, "I am the hype!" Even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It's the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking. Gather around the water cooler. These are some of the things you'll be discussing today. Let us begin with item number 1. We have mentioned it quite a bit, quite extensively so far in the show, so I won't spend a ton of time on it right now. But the Atlanta Braves get an 11-inning win over the Arizona Diamondbacks last night to take the first in a 4-game set against the reigning, defending, undisputed National League champs. You had Bryce Elder go. It was scheduled to be a start for Chris Sale, wins leader in Major League Baseball this year. But the Bravos decided to give Chris Sale one more night off. So they recalled Bryce Elder from AAA Gwinnett to come up and get the start last night. Elder went 5 innings, allowed 4 hits, 3 runs, all 3 earned. Cade just 1, walked a pair, but did enough to make sure that Atlanta had an opportunity last night to make something happen. Holmes came in, went 3, surrendered no hits, no runs. Iglesias came in. He went through 2 innings, allowed just 1 run, not earned. And then Joe Jimenez came in the bottom of the 11th to try to blank the D-backs and get the – by the way, there's not a team in sports that I am more careful about making sure I get their name right than the D-backs. That's when I lean hard on that K at the end.
You know, I get that you're trying to save your words, but you just could call them Diamondbacks. And if you do that, because that's their name, then you won't ever make that mistake.
Yeah, but that's not what the cool kids do. They're the D-backs.
Okay. All right.
I'm way less careful on the other show. On the other show, it's a much faster pronunciation of D-backs. Anyway, Braves, to me, needed a win. You took 2 out of the 3 against Philly at the house. You end up back in Arizona. You got a 4-game set against the team that is coming off of an NL title, although they are not the same team this year. And I wanted the win last night. I was very apprehensive with Bryce Elder going. Bryce Elder went. Gave you a good enough performance that you were able to lean on the bats, and the bats worked well. Austin Riley had a dinger in the first inning off of Diaz to put the Bravos up 1. Arizona would get them back, go up 3-1, and then in the top of the 9th, down to their last strike of their last out, Sean Murphy goes, yad, big stick, ties it up at 3 apiece. Atlanta takes it into the extras after they blank Arizona in the bottom of the 9th. They score in the 10th. Arizona matches it. The Braves score in the 11th, and they prevent Arizona from doing it again. Atlanta now 50-39 on the season and have shrunk the lead of the Phillies in the NL East down to 7.5 as we are less than a week away from the All-Star break. They also hold a 6-game lead over the New York Mets for the second spot in that division. Let us get to item number 2. U.S. Olympic basketball getting set to roll in Paris, France. I think the most, is it the most stacked basketball roster we've ever sent to the Olympics? It's kind of hard for me to say it's not. Like, I know a lot of the old hats are going to argue the dream team was
So
it.
you really asked that question?
Yeah, 100%.
I
ask it very seriously.
No, the dream team is still the greatest collection of stars ever to go to the Olympics.
I don't think it is, man.
I mean, ever in any sport, period, combined.
Oh, no, that's
the
just
dream
not
team.
true.
Yes. There's
That's just not true.
There is no argument.
I think that is an argument from a generational bias. Christian Laettner was on that team. All due respect to Christian Laettner,
Wrong, sir. Wrong.
but a team with Christian Laettner, Chris Mullin was on that team. Who'd Chris Mullin play for?
Golden State.
Okay, you know that. Congratulations. But like, I bet most people don't. It was a great team.
You thought you got me.
I kind of did for a second there. I kind of thought you were going to blank on Chris Mullin. That's well played.
Yeah, that crop top thing that was just that makes him look like he's like every angry white dude sitting on a porch. Yeah.
Chris Mullin had that. I filmed TikTok videos wearing Oakleys in the front seat of my F-150 vibe to him. That's the vibe Chris Mullin had back in the day. Chris Mullin had that you people vibe to him, if you get my drift. That's the look he carried. But the dude could ball. He could ball. Anyway, I honestly think this year, and I might be doing the same thing. I might be doing the same thing that Lonzo is doing, the generational bias. The thing that I loved was the best version of that thing.
This is not your generation of basketball, though,
And
is it? No. When is your generation
Steph Curry's
end?
36. LeBron's 39.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
Anthony
maybe.
Davis is 31.
All
Joel
right.
Embiid's 30.
All right. I sit
Durant's
corrected.
35.
I was wrong. Okay. Dude. All right.
Drew Holiday's 30. This is not only that. This might be the...
Chill.
I never chill. This might be the oldest group of generational talent we've sent. Like, half the team's over 31 years of age. Kawhi's 33. LeBron's 39. Holiday's 34. Embiid is 30. Durant 35. Steph 36. 80 31. Like, yeah, I will say it's the last of my generation of Olympic basketball players, but it's absolutely my
Pretty
generation of
true.
Olympic basketball
And at
players.
the same time, when you send such an old team, a lot of people would probably speculate that there could be a problem.
I don't think there is, man. Like I've sat last night and was putting together 5-mans in my head off this roster when I was doing BetMGM tonight, because we talked about it briefly. I'm running Steph at the 1, D-Book at the 2, Ant Edwards at the 3, Durant I don't know, man. Like this is how big this team is to me. This team is pick me a starting 5 good.
Come on. You cannot take LeBron over there and not start him.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
He doesn't have to play a lot of minutes, but he needs to start.
If I'm gonna, so now this is where it gets interesting, right? And we're gonna talk about this later. Remember 2 weeks ago when Diana Taurasi got named to the women's team over Caitlin Clark. You remember what my take on that was? This isn't about warm fuzzies. This isn't about warm fuzzies. This is about winning the damn gold medal. I don't care about a farewell for Diana Taurasi. I care about the women bringing home a gold medal. So that we're clear, I maintain that perspective for U.S. basketball, for the U.S. Ryder Cup team. We're going to talk about that actually here in just a minute.
You know, you probably couldn't field or put on the court a more experienced Olympic team from America.
Oh, you absolutely could not. You absolutely could not.
Right.
Kevin Durant, and this is why I have a problem with not putting Durant out there. Durant's got 3 gold medals. Durant is the all-time Team USA leading point scorer. And let's keep in mind, this isn't the NBA where we always argue every year about star treatment. This isn't the NBA where we argue that guys like Durant and LeBron get foul calls that regular players don't. This is FIBA ball. The referees in the Olympics don't give a good gosh darn about the star power of Kevin Durant or LeBron James. At least they have less of a good gosh darn than the NBA refs do.
And the rules are different. And
they are.
And they have to adjust to the rules, and you're sending a team that understands the rules.
All right, so let's go. Let's make our starting 5 real quick, just because I'm curious, and then we'll get to item 3. Embiid at the 5 over Bam Adebayo. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I go at the 4. I'm gonna put LeBron at the 4.
He has to start. He just does.
Okay. I'm gonna put LeBron at the 4. I'm gonna put Durant at the 3. I think you got to start Durant too. I'm gonna put Durant at the 3. I'm gonna put Anthony Edwards at the 2, and I'm gonna put Steph Curry at the 1. Besides Steph Curry, who do you disagree with? Anybody?
No, and I don't necessarily disagree with.
You gonna pull for Steph while he's rooting for USA?
I root for America, dude.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. Remember who the coach is for
Steve
that
Kerr.
team, right? So I don't think he could not start him because maybe he could talk to him if he wanted to, but who are you putting in there ahead of him?
Can we talk about this coaching staff? Steve Kerr, Mark Few, Ty Lue, and Eric Spoelstra. That's an all-star coaching staff. That's a phenomenal coaching staff Steve Kerr put together.
That's probably the group you don't want to hang out with afterwards because they're probably wilder than everyone on the team.
I don't know about Mark Few. Mark Few, I think, is crazy in a locker room, but I don't think Mark Few is going to be hitting up the Parisian nightclubs after dubs.
But if he's hanging with Spoelstra and
Espo
Kerr,
is.
yeah, I mean, come on.
Espo is.
Spoelstra knows where the spots are, and Kerr's been there a bunch. So, I mean,
I threw Ant-Man out there. Jason Tatum's on this team. Jason Tatum's a 6'8" power forward. See, I don't think I can start. Even with J-Tay winning the NBA Finals this year, I don't think I can start him over Kevin Durant. Texter says Curry, Tatum, LeBron, Durant, Embiid. So he's sitting Ant Edwards to run J-Tate out there. I can't fight against that. And I will tell you a part of the reason I want Ant-Man starting.
I don't know. You put a champ out there ahead of the young guy.
And that's a tough take. I'm not going to say like that's the wrong 5. What I am going to say is I kind of like Ant-Man's comments the other day. Is that bad of me? Because it's pretty not like team player sounding.
Well, it's supposed to be tongue in cheek, but at the same time,
I thought so too.
But it's not. I mean, you don't say that unless you believe. And it's the other thing. If you say something with a smile, you got plausibility of people's. Oh, I was just kidding. He ain't kidding. And you got to have that kind of. You got to have that kind of confidence.
Yeah, but I think he's got that dog in him. And I kind of like it. I kind of think we need a little bit, like not the whole team, but I kind of think we need like that one guy that has that give me the day. You know what? Let's talk about this in the next segment. Because I think I've got that audio pulled still. So let's talk about that in the next segment. But before we do, let's get to item number 3. The Ryder Cup captaincy has been announced. Yes, it is a golf item on the water cooler cheat sheet. It is not Eldrick Tiger Woods. It is just the 3rd captain under the 40-year of age mark in U.S. Ryder Cup history, Keegan Bradley. Keegan Bradley wanted to go to the Ryder Cup as a player. That was a thought, that he was going to go as a player. He is not going as a player because he got skipped over, so he got picked up as the captain. The PGA of America released that news on Instagram yesterday. The leak had gotten out earlier in the day, so they went ahead and announced it ahead of his press conference, where the 38-year-old will be announced today as the youngest American captain since Arnold Palmer was a playing captain back in 1963. The captaincy was expected to go to Tiger Woods, but part of the captaincy responsibility is promotion of the event, is media availability. It's going on tour beforehand. Part of the job is for the captain to hype the event. Well, Tiger Woods has got like 9 other jobs going on right now, including being vice chairman of the Commercial PGA Tour Enterprises Board as it tries to hammer out a deal with the Saudi PIF, the backers of the Live Tour right now. So effectively, Eldrick said, yo, I'd love to do it, but I'm kind of busy, dude. I'm kind of busy at the moment, so I kind of can't really be that guy for you right now. And that's why I'm going to pass. So they went with their backup in Keegan, and I don't have an issue with it. Keegan Bradley is a dude that has been asking to play, wants to be there, wants to be a part of it. And if he's not going to get the vote to go play, I don't have an issue with a dog being the cap, because I'm going to be straight up with you. I'd have taken Keegan Bradley over Tiger Woods even if Tiger wanted to do it. Because Tiger Woods, maybe the greatest player on the face of the planet in the history of the sport, no worse than, not 2, 1B. Okay? Not worse than 1B. Wasn't phenomenal as a Ryder Cup. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't phenomenal as a Ryder Cup guy when it came to his record. He was 4-3-0 in Ryder Cups. Like, he was okay, right? And again, it's hard to be much higher than a couple of games over 500 in matches at the Ryder Cup because it's best on best. It's the best golfers in the world representing the U.S. and the best golfers in the world representing the Euros. So Tiger being just barely over 500, not unexpected. But also, he's not necessarily a guy that ever really struck me as the dude that the international representation of the flag was more important than Tiger Woods playing golf. To me, it felt like Tiger just kind of felt like the Ryder Cup was another golf event. And I kind of want a guy who feels like it's special. And I think Keegan Bradley's that guy. So I like this pick. Keegan Bradley, captain of the Ryder Cup. That's item number 3 on the water cooler cheat sheet. Let's take a break. When we come back, let us discuss and debate those comments of Anthony Edwards about the U.S. Olympics team, because I love him, but I also know we got a lot of pushback for him. We'll talk about that next. Rob Alonzo and you on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, let's see if I can find that file. There it is. Nailed it.
There, and it's weird why it stopped. I know I didn't hit the button twice because it would have faded.
Can you throw me in queue real quick so I can check this sound? Thanks. Can you listen and check? Because I can't tell if he says.
Kind of does that thing where he almost says it.
I think he kind of goes, hey, but there's a lot of background noise.
Sounds more like an S.
Are you good with it? I think he goes, hey.
Be able to hear it better on the air. And if I don't like it, I'll just dump it.
I'll play it off the phone.
Annual Bourbon and Bacon Fest at the Foundry at Judson Mill in downtown Greenville, Friday, September 27th. Bourbon, bacon, cigars, and sweets. VIP, general admission, and designated driver tickets are on sale now. Your participation directly supports Carolina Adaptive Golf, benefiting veterans and individuals overcoming physical or mental trauma. Don't miss out on the Bourbon and Bacon Fest, Friday, September 27th at Judson Mill.
It's somebody in the background. It's not even him.
Founder and chairman of Surf America Archery, family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, and appliance and HVAC sports solution company that's grown into an international brand.
Okay, I'm good. I'll play it and I'll let you drop it if we need to, but I think it's fine.
American Eagle helped take
At least I know what it is.
Yeah.
with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any
There's something trending that I'm so curious as if you're going to put it on the list.
If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me here from the Legends of Baseball. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. Every week I have a conversation with one of baseball's greats to talk about the glory days and reflect on today's game. Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders, Jay Buhner, Albert Bell, and Keith Skoczek, they've all shared their wisdom and stories of their playing days. To hear who's next, follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com. Play social games online.
New life next break.
New life next break.
To join the Chumba fun and experience the thrill of the Chumba life. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Can't wait to hear what's next on Wire to Wire with Cole and Diesel. Tell me what's coming up.
Controversial trans swimmer Leah Thomas was denied her bid to compete as a female in the Olympics. How do we get here?
What coach in the SEC is on the hot seat, according to Diesel and I?
And what city in South Carolina would be best suited to host a major sports team if our state ever got one? All coming up on the next Wire to Wire.
Diesel and Cole Bryson really bringing on Wire to Wire.
Turn it on and leave it on.
Afternoons 3 to 7 on the Fan Upstate.
Talk to Robin Lonzo. Call 844-FAN-PHONE. That's 844.
So as we are closing in on the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris, France, obviously one of the sports that most everybody checks in for is shooty hoops. Basketball. Basketball Jones. I got a basketball Jones. Did you ever? Space Jam soundtrack was like untouchable back in the day. Jones. A deep love or burning desire for someone or something.
You know that song was out before that. Before that movie.
Yes, but they
right?
remade that song
Okay.
for that track, and that's the one that I knew. Along with maybe the most banger of a cartoon walkout song ever, the Monstars theme.
See, you're leaving out Fly Like an Eagle by Seal. Seal's cover of that.
I'm not leaving it out, but if you
Didn't
think...
they use I Believe I Could Fly in that too?
They absolutely did.
Yeah.
They absolutely did. But the Monstars theme for like a hot minute. Yes, I will acknowledge that I am a gigantic dork. But the Monstars theme was like, it was a hype beat for a minute. Insane like a runaway train. I'm in your lane like there's only 3 seconds to score to win the game. Like, just banger.
Okay. And that movie was out a long time ago, and he actually remembers the lyrics. That's
Came to bring the ultimate pain upon your brain untamed. Like, it was just a banger, man.
Wow.
Anyway.
Is it on your Spotify?
Yeah, it is. 100% it is. And I will still occasionally break it out. You know, like you got your list of feel-good songs. Like Queen's Don't Stop Me Now is on there. Long Way to the Top If You Want to Rock and Roll's on there. Monstars theme's on there. Banger. So here's what I'd like to do.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Ant Edwards, Ant-Man, is on this team. So are LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Bam Adebayo, Devin Booker, Steph Curry, Joel Embiid, Tyrese Halliburton. A lot of good players on this team. And one of the concerns that you have when you have this many dudes on a team is that there's not enough possession, there's not enough shots, there's not enough points to go around for every dude to be the best dude that they can be. And so you kind of need to foster, which I think is hard to do, maybe harder to do with NBA players than a lot of other leagues. You kind of need to foster a mentality of, on this team, you're another guy. You're not the, like, every one of these dudes on their team
all right.
is the dude.
You've reached your dude limit. Okay. That was, I believe, 6. I think that's too many in a short span.
Hey, dude. It's a little wild and a little strange. All right, that's where did that come from?
Is that a country song?
When you make your home out on the road. You don't remember Hey Dude on Nickelodeon back in the day?
No, because I was probably 30.
Start your horse and come along. You can't get a ride if you can't hold on. Anybody my age right now just went, sing it. You big yeah. Banger. Okay, anyway, point here is that when you got this many hymns on a team, some of the hymns got to take a back role so the big hymns can be the hymns, right? Anthony Edwards.
I don't know if hymns is where you want to go there either.
Yeah, it's a different thing now. Whatever. Ant-Man was in a post-practice presser and got handed the mic. And somebody said, yo, Ant, what's your role on this team? And Anthony Edwards said,
I'm still the number 1 option. Yeah. I mean, y'all might look at it differently. I don't look at it no different.
And how does that manifest? How do you go about it?
Yeah, I just go out there and be myself. Shoot my shots, play defense, and, you know, they got to fit in and play around me. That's how I feel.
So I know the audio isn't great because, number one, there was an actual basketball game going on in the background. And number two, that was recorded on a 1930s RCA VHS machine.
Might be all that's allowed in France. Who knows?
Oh, well, they're in Las Vegas. So.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought they were already over there.
They are not. They are actually going through their camp in Vegas right now. Ant-Man said, I'm still the number 1 option. Everybody else has got to, he said, I got to go play my defense, shoot my shots. But he said, everybody else has got to play around me. And on one hand, I'm kind of stuck in the middle here, Zoe, because on one hand, I'm like, I like that. I like that. Basketball is a team game where you need that guy that knows he's that guy to be that guy.
Yeah, but you're playing on a team full of these kind of veterans. Because of what he said, I don't think he starts. I don't know if he was going to in the first place, but for sure because of what he said, just so the guys who are starting can look at him and laugh. Because that's what, I mean, they're going to troll each other. That's what they do.
See, here's my thing. How many other dudes, and I know not all of them, or actually none of them have said anything like this so far, but how many other dudes on this team?
Because the majority of them don't have to say it.
Right, but that doesn't mean they don't think it, right? Like, is Ant-Man, so that's my question, and this is the thing that comes up in politics, it comes up in everything outside of sports as well. How many of these guys have that thought but just don't say it? You think Steph Curry's not kind of like, yo, if I get an open 3, you play, like if they don't have a guy that can guard me, give me the damn ball.
If you have to say, look at me, I'm the man, you probably aren't.
Yeah, I would feel that way, except Ant-Man is definitely one of the best basketball players on planet Earth.
Really? Was he in the playoffs?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. That team was not built to beat Dallas. It just wasn't. And we know that now after we saw it. Anthony, if you ask me to pick who I think from this team, if I asked you right now, so we're going to do one of those internet meme things where it's like you give a list and you go pick one to defend you and all the rest have to kill you. Like, who do you pick, right?
Yeah, those are always fun.
They are fun.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't want any of them to kill me.
Yeah,
but
it's a hype. Lonzo hates nothing more than imagination.
yeah, I want to go out in a plane with Han Solo. I already told you that.
If I gave you this entire Team USA roster, right? I gave you everybody on this roster, and I told you pick one. And if he wins a one-on-one bracket tournament, right? Not has to beat everybody, but a bracket tournament. If I let you pick any one guy off this team, who's the guy you're going with? 39-year-old LeBron James, 38-year-old Kevin Durant. Sorry, 35-year-old Kevin Durant. Like, if I asked you to pick one guy off this roster to win a one-on-one bracket tournament, which guy are you picking? Genuine question.
LeBron.
Say, I'd pick Anthony Edwards. I think Anthony Edwards would beat LeBron James one-on-one, right? I think he is that guy. Now, I also think there is some level of, this is kind of just how basketball guys talk, right? There is some element of basketball.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's saying all this, so Kerr, with that grin that really makes some people angry, including me sometimes, puts him on the bench and doesn't start him.
See, I don't know. I think I will say this about Steve Kerr. I think Steve Kerr's trotting out the best five we got. I think whoever shows up in camp and shows that they are like they want this, I think those are the five. I don't think Steve Kerr is sending anybody out there with an element of sentimentality.
Is it like Panama or something?
Yeah, it's like Puerto Rico or something.
Oh, I hope it's not Puerto Rico. They've been good in the past.
Jose Alvarado's on that squad. Grand Theft Alvarado, baby. Who do they have? Look, see if you can find it for me, because I'm trying to figure it out. Anyway, point here is, I don't think I have an issue with Ant-Man having this take, because I think the only difference between Ant-Man and at least a handful of other guys on this squad is Ant-Man's got the rocks to say it into a microphone and the rest of the guys don't. And maybe you would say that's less tactful. But if you've ever been in a YMCA gym on open court night, there's a lot of dudes who talk and act like this. There's a lot of guys who like carry this energy even into local pickup games. So the more I don't think I have a problem with it. I think I'm going to chalk it up to a bleep talker talking bleep. And that's it. I think it's fine. I think Anthony Edwards is absolutely one of, if not the most, but I'll say one of the most elite offensive players we have on this team. I think he's a better offensive threat than Jason Tatum is, even with Tate winning an NBA Finals this year. I think Ant-Man's a more talented player. So I don't have an issue with him going, I'm that guy, I'm him. Like everybody else has got to play around me. I don't have an issue with it. Because I'll tell you the truth, if I was Steve Kerr, I'd probably run that offense. I'd probably run an offense that centers around Ant-Man Edwards until he shows me that he can't be that guy under FIBA rules.
All right, they got Serbia first, July 28th at 11:15.
Okay.
Eastern time.
What NBAers are on Serbia's Olympic team this year? Because I think every team's got Jokic is on it, obviously.
I mean, it's Serbia. It's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be a cakewalk. Like, you're going to have to play in that game.
Then they play Sudan. That should be easy.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico, I don't know.
That one you can play with. Let's see. On that team is Nikola Jokic. Bogdan Bogdanovic is on that team. Micic is on that team. Like, there's some players.
It's probably an NBA team.
It's very close. I think 3 of their starting 5 are NBAers.
And
one's Nikola Jokic.
And all guys who have played together, probably a bunch.
You think Bam Adebayo saw that and was like, oh, son of a... Really? We'll find out. I don't have an issue with... I don't have an issue. Texter said you've lost it with the Tatum take. Why? Because Tatum won a title? And by the way, was Tatum MVP?
He did win a title. You got to put him in there.
Right. I didn't say he wasn't in there. I'm not putting him over Anthony Edwards as a one-on-one basketball player. Anthony Edwards is a better one-on-one basketball player than Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown carried the Celtics to an NBA title, not Jason. I mean, Jason Tatum was obviously a huge part of it. Jaylen Brown was the better player. Granted, Minnesota didn't even make it to the NBA Finals, but that's not the point. Not the point. You've lost it with the Tatum take. A lot of people would argue I never had it. So that's fair. Another texter says, Rob, hit him high, hit him high, hit him high, hit him high. That's a guy who knows the Monstars theme. My dog. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
You're live.
All right, guys, quick read and we're coming back. Stay right there for me.
Out of the corner of my eye. It's like,
we run the show. We unstoppable. We want
it's
to
going to be in your head
know.
all day now.
I don't care.
Okay.
Insane like a runaway train.
Does it make you want to go play
Like there's only
basketball,
3
though?
seconds to score. It kind of does. In fact, you know what I might do in the last hour? You played that video yesterday of like half the team can't spin a ball on their finger.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about challenging myself. Can I spin a ball through a whole segment? Like the short segment, like the second segment, like a 7-minute segment. Can I spin the ball?
You don't have a basketball.
I got one in the car.
Oh,
I
okay.
always have a basketball in the car.
Okay.
I might go get it and see if I can spin a ball through a whole
Yeah,
segment.
I think that's could be disastrous, but hey, why not?
It could be. I could also pull it off.
You could, I mean, no, you could, or you could drop it on your laptop.
I also could.
Yeah, okay.
But I thrive under pressure.
Do you?
Yeah.
I guess we'll see.
The mark of an ADHD person is always waiting till the last minute, putting yourself under pressure, and then thriving under it, which is me. Please don't we like the equipment working. Thank you, Steven. Thank you for the belief in
Well,
me.
I'm not in this because I can't do it. So I never could. I also could never play basketball really well, except for fouling. I'm good at fouling. I mean, I will knock you off your feet.
That is a foul.
Right.
You only get a few of those.
Well, I mean, neighborhood ball, totally different. If you don't have to pick yourself up at least 10 times during a game, you wasn't really playing a game. Oh, I'm going to take that out of there. Oh, well, too late. Oh, that's why I'm trying to persuade him otherwise. We've all seen that.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It's the Fan Upstate. As a brief programming notification, the Great One will be on vacation Thursday and Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, correct?
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. So we will do Fight Club on tomorrow's show. And we will do a bonus Fight Club segment at some point because ESPN put out their power rankings of current professional wrestlers as of right now. And I'm going to be straight up. Zoe and I could do a full 4-hour show on that topic, and I'm not going to eat up his entire Fight Club segment with it. So
Well, I already added it because we talked about it earlier.
yeah, I thought about it, but I think I want you to have your full regular segment because there is plenty going on in pro wrestling.
And you're not even caught up yet.
And I'm not even caught up yet. All I know, thank you, Twitter, is that mommy's back and I'm all in. So literally all I want to do is end this show and go watch Monday Night Raw because, again, mommy's back. So we'll talk probably.
Oh, the entire Raw was good, including another video.
Oh, I'm sure.
And there was more to it later. Not even that. I'm talking about the Wyatt Six showed up.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. So we will, I'll tell you what we're going to do in the last hour today. We will look at ESPN's power rankings of professional wrestlers and see what we like and what we don't. And then tomorrow at the normal Thursday time of 9:20, Lonzo will run Fight Club before he goes on vacation for a week and then makes his triumphant return next Thursday to do Fight Club again. So stay tuned for that. Also, coming up at the end of the next hour, I've decided end of the next hour, last segment, 1 hour from right now, I will play you the interview that I got an opportunity to do last night with former U.S. men's national team player Eric Winalda. Got a chance to talk with E-Dub last night on BetMGM Tonight when I guest hosted, and he had some, I think, interesting things to say about the Greg Berhalter saga. So that interview coming up in an hour from right now. I do want to get to this because I like this. I like this a lot. The Dallas Stars, that's an NHL hockey team for the few of you that went, huh? The Dallas Stars just did
I
something.
mean, this ain't got nothing to do with them Cowboys.
It ain't. It's a team that is actually the Stars, not just wear them. The Dallas Stars are doing something that I truly, honestly, genuinely hope catches on. Now, I don't think it's going to catch on at the NFL. I think it's a possibility for the NBA. I definitely think the MLB should do this. The Dallas Stars, for the past few years, had their games carried on the Diamond Sports Group. You know that the embattled Diamond Sports Group are the owners of Bally Sports Networks. The Bally Sports Networks are the organization that carry the regional broadcast for most of the MLB teams. The problem is Diamond Sports filed for bankruptcy not too long ago. And a lot of those regional networks are shut down. In fact, a few of the MLB teams either are or have had to go through a period where MLB.com was having to show their games because they didn't have anywhere else to put them. And you got to put them on somewhere. The Dallas Stars have been going through the same issue. As Bally shut down, Dallas Stars separated with Diamond Sports Group. And they immediately signed a new contract with a parent media company. That's the name of the media company. A parent media company. It's a parent media company is the name of the company. I tell you that because I wrote that in the Sports Flash, and then I wrote it down, and I was like, I can see how that will be confusing. The name of the company is a parent media company. A space parent, not a parent. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh, no, I fixed that because it was
confusing.
Yeah. I fixed
the name of the company is a parent media company. So, under the terms of this partnership, all Dallas Stars games that are not on a national broadcast will be streamed on a direct-to-consumer service called Victory Plus. According to Sportico, Dallas is the first major men's sports franchise in the United States to move its local broadcast from a regional sports network to a streaming network. Even better, great one. The Stars said Victory Plus will be a free ad-supported service. That is to say, if you are in the greater Dallas metropolitan area and you are a fan of the hockey, if you are a fan of the stick puck, good news for you. Not only are you going to have every Dallas Stars game now carried in your network, you get the national broadcast when they are on a national broadcast, and when they are not, you get streaming for free. You just download the app and you get it. And in return, Dallas will get to, as they did under Bally, they will get to sell advertisements that go on the Victory Plus thingy, network, streaming service, whatever you call it. This is my favorite thing. This is my favorite thing. Those of you that have followed the show for any length of time, you are aware that one of my biggest gripes on the radio the last couple of years has been that I don't think Major League Baseball actually wants us to watch games. Like, I think they make it intentionally difficult to watch games. How many times have you guys heard me go out and say, the Braves played yesterday, Wednesday at 1:30 in the afternoon. I know what happened, but I don't know how to talk about it because I didn't get to watch it, because I am a host that believes you've got to watch games to be able to talk about games, right? I've worked with those in the past that are like, you don't need to watch the game. You just need to know. Nah, I think you got to watch the game. There's a lot of nuance in every game and of every sport. And I'm not saying I can watch every game, every sport. But like when it comes to the teams we cover, Carolina, South Carolina, Clemson, Braves, Falcons, whatever. I watch every one of those games because I do think you need to know the nuances, timeout strategies and all that. They don't particularly run the highlights of when coaches call timeouts in critical situations, right? I love this. If the Braves went on a free streaming app and all I had to do to pay for it, great one, was let them run commercials, like TV. I'm all in. Not only am I all in, but Zoe, if they said, we're going to put it on a streaming service, every non-national broadcast will be available on this streaming service, I'd pay $20 a month for that. I would come off I'd come off $29.99. Me. I'd come off $29.99 a month if you guaranteed me that I could stream live and in real time every Atlanta Braves game. I'd go in for 30. I don't know what the cap is for that number that I'd go in for, but I'd go in for $30 a month for the full baseball season, which is what? April, May, June, July, August, September, make it to the playoffs, October. That's 7 months. I'm in for well north of $200 if you put every Braves game on a streaming service that I could just pull up an app on my phone, push play, and watch it wherever I am. I'd 100% pay for that. I hope that the good people of Dallas, Texas take full advantage of this, because I got to think Major League Baseball is watching this. Major League Baseball teams that own the regional distribution of their own games, I got to assume they're going to be watching this, clued in on this. Because if the Dallas Stars fans during next year's NHL season, if they turn numbers where that network is able to go out and sell, say, what, $500,000 per game worth of advertising, right? If they go get 50 sponsors at $1,000 a pop per period, $1,000 a pop, to have your message broadcast to every Dallas Stars fan that cares enough to tune in. And ordinarily, if you care enough to go find a stream to watch a random Wednesday night game that's not on a broadcast network, you're probably the type of person that supports sponsors of your team, right? I don't know about you. I do that 100%. If I hear a company that is pimping whatever team is my favorite team and making sure that their broadcast, their local broadcast, is available to me, I will support that sponsor.
By the way, be sure to visit all the sponsors that are here on this fine program,
Absolutely.
The Rob Brown Show.
We only survive when you guys go, I love the Rob Brown Show, so let me support New Life Weight Loss. I love the Rob Brown Show, so let me support QC Kinetics or any of the fine broadcast partners you hear during commercial breaks. If the Stars fans, if even half of them hear Bob's Used Cars of Dallas advertise as one of the people that is bringing them free streaming of Stars games, and even half of those people buy their next car from Bob's Used Cars and say, hey, I'm here because I saw you sponsoring Dallas Stars games on the Victory Plus net, then Bob spreads that good word. More advertisers jump on board. Now, all of a sudden, local live streaming is now a viable option, which I don't think teams have ever considered it genuinely viable before. Now a team's going to try it. This would be the best thing to me, maybe that's ever happened, or at least in recent memory, to sports fans. How much easier is my life if instead of having to subscribe to Bally's, pay a monthly service fee, and still get locked out of some games, how great would it be if the Braves put up the Home Run Plus streaming network and I could just get an app on my phone and at 7 o'clock or whatever time they went first pitch, log in, push play, bang, there's the game on my Xbox, on my laptop, tablet, smart TV, whatever, and it didn't cost me anything on top of that. I could be great. This is huge for American sports fans. I'm going to tell you straight up, I might watch Dallas Stars games anytime they play a team I'm interested in on this network, just to help give them numbers to prove that this is a great idea. You know what else turns numbers? Every time Lonzo opens his air on the mouth. Scratch that, reverse it. Every time Lonzo opens, I'm bad at this, Sports Flash.
Yeah,
I blew it.
It's a work. He did that on purpose. It took extra innings, but the Atlanta Braves won their third straight game with a 5-4 win on the road at Arizona. Bryce Elder pitched 5 innings, giving up 4 hits and 3 earned runs. Sean Murphy hit a game, tying 2-run homer in the top of the ninth with 2 strikes to keep the Braves alive. The Braves win is Atlanta's 50th, 7.5 back of Philadelphia, also 7.5 if you don't like the decimal system. After rejecting an offer to be the head coach of the LA Lakers, Dan Hurley has signed a new contract to remain the head coach of the Yukon Huskies. The agreement is for 6 years and $50 million, keeping Hurley in Connecticut through the 2030 season. Tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for our brand spanking new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole, Bryson, and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, a whole lot of fun. And it's all, of course, Wire to Wire. Rob is fine. Did that on purpose. He hesitated before he did it, which meant he thought about it before he did it. He did it on purpose. And don't be fooled. He's probably not wondering the Hall's lost. Probably not.
Since 2007, Carolina Top Dressing has been transforming, smoothing, and nourishing lines around upstate South Carolina. We are passionate about giving you the healthiest yard on the block, residential or commercial, with top dressing, aerating, and overseeding services. Trust Carolina Top Dressing with your creative lawn.
All right, guys, give me 30 seconds. Got to run something by Zoe real quick. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging on. No, I'm not okay, Shane. In fairness, I'm never okay.
Now I'm not okay because I got vacation break. You know where you don't mean to, but you are counting down the hours, that thing? Good morning, Jacob. Be careful. Sharks in the water, dude. That's all I'm saying. Everywhere, it seems like. I'm sure the pools are nice there.
hour.
You doing Tai Chi over there? Is that what you're doing?
Trying to center.
Okay, so it's some sort of yoga.
I actually kind of want to get back into the yoga.
You haven't done yoga before,
I did.
have you?
Not only have I did DDP yoga. See, that's yoga you can't talk bleep about.
No, because I've been told from personal accounts that's really good because I have thought about trying it.
Yo, not a paid endorsement. It was incredible. I did it when, as a matter of fact, when I lived in Jacksonville, but I lived in the butthole of America, and I never wanted to go outside because that place sucked. I got into the DDP yoga for a hot minute. The only reason I'm not doing it now is because when I moved, shockingly, a bunch of my stuff happened to just randomly disappear, including my DDP yoga stuff. I'm gonna tell you right now, I was fat, like 280 fat in Jacksonville when I left. But I jumped on board with the DDP yoga. It was spectacular. Now I got to get back into it. I might spend the money to buy it again. It was really good. I got to get back into yoga. I did find something yesterday that I got to find out where they did it. It's somewhere in South Carolina, and I hope it's close. And I could give less of a rip if you judge me on this, but there's a spot somewhere in South Carolina that does, Lonzo, puppy yoga. All right. You go to the yoga studio.
I thought you were going to do what Steven was talking about, hot yoga, and I've had people try to get me to do that.
Hot yoga's good. Hot yoga's great.
But puppy
yoga. You go in. It's a wonderful little deal that they do. They bring
allegedly.
No, it's not. It's incredible. They bring in puppies from the local humane society, right? They bring in the adoptable puppies, and you go do yoga, and they, as you're doing your yoga, they just release all the puppies into the room. So you're doing yoga and you're playing with puppies that you can then adopt. It's maybe the greatest idea anyone's ever had.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the smell is like.
Who cares?
Yeah. Well,
who cares?
You would if you're doing downward dog and your nose is nearly in something.
I mean, I'm sure they let them go before they bring it in.
It's the only yoga pose I've heard of before.
I don't care.
So.
Warrior pose. I used to do it. Point is,
Keegan's into hot yoga. If Keegan can do it, maybe maybe we should all do it.
Take that, Keegan.
I didn't mean it that way.
If Keegan can do it, take that, P1.
Here's what I meant. What I meant is some people may think they're too manly for it. But Keegan, being the uber macho guy that he is like, I don't care what you think. I'm going to go do hot yoga. That's what I meant by if Keegan could do it. You can try to twist my words, as you often do, but you don't know my intent.
We all heard it. Take that, Keegan. Even Keegan can.
We're all going to be doing hot yoga in 2 weeks because it's going to be really hot outside when we go to see Creed.
Oh, it's going to be so good, though.
I don't know. I'm worried about, dying from the dehydration.
Quick question for you. Is Keegan man enough to listen to Creed?
He's going to the concert, right? I'm pretty sure
yeah. Oh, man.
I also noticed you were trying to trick me into doing
doing
the thing, and and it didn't work.
There it is. All right. We got a lot more I want to get into in the show. I will let you know that coming up in the last segment of this hour. I will play you last night's interview with Eric Wynalda, former U.S. men's national team player. He had some stuff to say about the Greg Berhalter situation with U.S. men's soccer from a dude who's been there, done that. So I'll play that for you coming up at the end of this hour. Next hour of the show, 2 things I'm going to do. One Lonzo's going to love. One Lonzo was going to hate.
Jacob says goat yoga. I
have seen that.
What is it, like baby goats?
Yes. It's the same thing I described, except it's a room full of baby goats.
It sounds like a ploy to get things adopted, which is fine. I mean, because any animal we've ever had was a rescue, but still, I just know.
The goats apparently climb on top of you and say they're like mountain goats.
Wow, that's what I want.
Yeah. They climb on top of you.
I thought you were going to say a mounting. Never mind.
Lonzo, ladies and gentlemen, that's Lonzo.
No, because I know how you think, and you
I didn't have that thought. You did. I would like to point out that it took 3 years for me to bring Lonzo to the level of debaucherous thought that I live in.
I always think it's funny that people think that they can corrupt me. I am imperfect and always have been, and anything that I think or do, I already thought or did before anyone was around.
Mountain goats.
You know, I did talk about the other day when you get older and you forget to filter and, you know, you just don't care anymore. I really think I'm approaching that because if I think it's funny, I'm doing it, even though it may bring Rob way too much joy, which I don't want to do.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, because
that sounds awful.
Because then you think, oh, I've made him evil. Keep your hill tendencies over there.
I am the dark side. All right. Athlon Sports has released their ranking of the 134 Division I college football programs. They start all the way at 134 and go to 1 on their website. Here are their rankings as they stand.
Ooh, are we starting at 131?
Yeah, we're going to go all the way from 134 down.
Cool. And it will take us all the way until the end of the show tomorrow. Sweet.
Yeah, probably.
Show prep done.
Starting at number 134, the worst team in college football, Kennesaw State. The Owls make... Okay, I'm not doing all 134
Is that
teams.
really the...
Yes, that is 134.
And we've all heard of Kennesaw State.
The Owls, baby.
I thought it was going to be some obscure team I'd never heard of
Making their Conference USA debut. Can't wait to see that. I'm all tuned in. Pick a random number. Pick a random number. Let's go 75 through 134. Pick a random number.
I was getting ready. So I can't go with the
3.
No, the first number that popped in my head was 73.
70. I accept 73.
Okay, all right.
I'll accept 73. Ranking number 73 in Athlon Sports all teams ranking, the Cincinnati Bearcats. Kelsey State University.
Wow, it's like my Ohio connection. I just sensed it.
Scott Satterfield's tenure at Cincinnati off to a good start in 2023. They were 2-0 out of the gate, and then the Bearcats slumped the rest of the year. They lost 9 of the final 10. They finished 3-9. Satterfield inherited a roster with a ton of transition last season. They did improve the situation this year because Scott Satterfield did his best Lane Kiffin impression, working the hell up out of the portal. They bring in Brendan Sorsby at quarterback from Indiana. Evan Pryor moves over from Ohio State. Also added a ton of linemen to put across the front four, including All-American Luke Kandra. A lot of optimism for the Bearcats at number 73. I'm going to get you where Clemson was, but this is fun. Give me another number, Zoe. Let's go 65 through 134.
83.
83. That's a good number. I like it. That was my freshman team in football number. 83. At number 83, one of the Pac-2, Washington State, the Cougs, ranked number 83, entering the 2024 season as one of only 2 teams in their conference. They will play 8 games against the Mountain West. Head coach Jake Dickert's squad has big question marks to address. They replaced Cam Ward, who of course transferred to Miami. John Mater was solid as Ward's backup last season, went 13 of 17 for 235 and 92 on the ground. Will be pushed by Bryant transfer. I'm going to say Zevi Eckhouse, Z-E-V-I, Eckhouse, E-C-K-H-A-U-S. Eckhouse.
It's Eckhouse, yes. Did you say John Mater?
M-A-T-E-E-R. Maybe John Mateer. I'm going to go Mateer is
okay,
better.
So you did say Mater.
Yeah, but I'm going to call him Mater.
Okay.
But Mateer is probably more accurate. Led by senior Kyle Williams, the receiving core should be a strength this year. However, the defense is going to be questionable at best. They do bring back their leading tackler, Kyle Thornton, 87 stops last year, but they lose pretty much their entire starting defensive line and backfield. So going to be a tough year for the Cougs. All right, now let's talk about the teams people care about. Athlon's top 15. They got Georgia number 1. Does anybody not have Georgia number 1? I think everybody's going Georgia number 1. They got Ohio State number 2, following the Vegas odds.
I'm going
so far.
Ohio State number 1. There we go.
Okay.
Georgia number 2.
Everybody but Zoe has them at number 1.
Well, everybody in the state of Ohio probably has them number 1.
Everybody except Zoe in the entire state of Ohio and Urban Meyer has Georgia at number 1. They got the Buckeyes checking in at number 2, as do the Vegas odds.
By the way, you act like it's such a stretch that I think Ohio State should be number 1. They're not. They're at number 2 on this list. It's not like they were at 25 or something.
Oh, it's not a stretch. Like I said, I'm intrigued by the fact that there is no talking heads in America, and I include myself in this, no talking heads in America that have everybody's got the Buckeyes, the horse chestnuts at number 2. Nobody's got the horse chestnuts at number 1. Nobody.
All they do is talk about one of the greatest teams ever assembled and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, Georgia, for sure.
No, they're talking about Ohio State, but yeah.
Number 3, the Oregon Ducks. At number 4, they've got the Texas Longhorns. So far, the only flip we have different from the Vegas odds for Athlon is Oregon at Texas. The Vegas odds have Texas as the third best team at 7-1, Ohio State fourth at 750. Athlon's got them backwards. At number 5, they've got Ole Miss ahead of Alabama. Ole Miss ahead of LSU. They have 14 returning starters. They've got maybe the best portal class in the country coming to Oxford. I've said a number of times, I will believe that Joey Freshwater's team is going to break out when they break out. I love Joey Freshwater. He's one of the best sports radio college football coaches we've had since the heyday of Mike Leach. They just keep doing the same thing every year. So I'm not quite there yet. They've got Ole Miss one spot ahead of number 6, Alabama, one spot ahead of number 7, Michigan. Checking in at number 8, they've got the Nittany Lions of Penn State. I talked about this yesterday. I don't have an issue with Penn State being inside the top 10. Penn State last year was the exact same as Oregon. Penn State has a bugaboo that stands between them and making their way in. And I don't know that if Penn State, they just got to figure out one of those games, right? They just got to figure out one of those games. They keep losing to Michigan. They keep losing to Ohio State. If they can figure out one, and by the way, Zoe, if there was a year to figure it out, this is that year. Because guess who's not on the regular season schedule for the Penn State Nittany Lions?
Right, neither of those teams, but is Oregon on?
No, Ohio State is.
Michigan's
not on it.
All right.
Here's who Penn State's got this year. West Virginia, Bowling Green, Kent State, Illinois, UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Washington, both at home, at Purdue, at Minnesota, back home for Maryland. Penn State's going 11-1.
You know the whiteout's going to be Ohio State too.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Penn State's going 11-1 in the regular season with a loss to Ohio State. My question is, can anybody else knock down Michigan? Because if somebody else knocks down Michigan and Michigan drops a couple, because I got to think, Zoe, you guys Ryan Day gets Ohio State or gets Michigan this year. If Ryan Day doesn't get Michigan this year, great one, I will probably join you. I'm not there yet on the maybe it's time to move on from Ryan Day stuff. I think it's lunacy right now to say that. But if he loses to Michigan this year, you might win me over. Michigan's got Fresno State, Texas, Arkansas State, USC, Minnesota, Washington, Illinois, Michigan State, Oregon, Indiana Northwestern, and, of course, rivalry weekend against the Horse Chestnuts. If Michigan drops 2, and with Oregon on the schedule, they absolutely can. Lonzo, I think your Big Ten championship game next year is Ohio State versus either Oregon or Penn State. The winner of that game.
Very well could be. And all 3 of those teams could make the playoff.
For sure. For sure. Notre Dame at number 9. At number 10, they've got Missouri. They have got LSU at number 11. They've got Florida State at number 12. Tennessee at 13. Utah at 14. And then Clemson at 15 behind Utah. I think Utah is going to be good. Remember, Utah was a pretty good team last year, but they did not have Cam terrorizing last year as their starting quarterback. He got his knee blowed up, and they were trying to bring him back, but decided late in the season, let's bring Cam Rising back for his, and this is true, 7th season at the helm of QB for the Utah Utes, Yana. Also, I'm spelling Utah Utes Y-O-U-T-S from now on. The Utes. The Utah Utes, Yana.
Okay, no one else will see that but you, but that's
Don't care.
That's good to know.
I mean,
Yeah.
everyone who is a fan of Marissa Tomei will.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is unless you're putting it out, I mean, it's just you writing it. And anyway,
I'm going to write up a Utah team preview just so I can write the Utes.
you should
Yana.
you should put it on the fans
I might.
website.
Here's what Athlon says about Clemson. Quote, Coach Dabo Swinney's lack of activity in the transfer portal garnered most of the offseason attention for Clemson, but this team is still positioned to return to the top of the ACC. Although the Tigers have slipped just a bit in recent years, the program is 30-10 since 2021. For Sweeney's team to win the conference and return to the college football playoff, jumpstarting the offense is the top offseason priority. Under new coordinator Garrett Riley, the Tigers averaged only 23.6 points in ACC contests last year. Another offseason for personnel to develop under Riley should be a positive, and quarterback Cade Klubnik is poised to take a step forward in his progression. Phil Maffa should be one of the ACC's top running backs, and the line brings back 4 starters for 24. Better play from the receivers is needed for Klubnik to reach his potential, which could come in the form of true freshman Bryant Wesco and TJ Moore. Although the defense returns only 2 starters, the concerns about this group are minimal. TJ Parker and Peter Woods are 2 rising stars in the trenches, and linebacker Barrett Carter passed on the NFL for 1 more season at Clemson. Rising star cornerback Avion Terrell and safety RJ Mickens lead the way in the secondary, end quote. I only have one issue with this write-up, great one. And it is, quote, quarterback Cade Klubnik is poised to take a step forward in his progression. Based on what? Based on what? That's my only issue with the write-up is based on what do you assume that is what is going to happen?
Because, like, he's older and, like when people get older, they get better at stuff.
That's
and
what you say
things.
about you all the time.
Oh no, I'm on a decline every day. But
That is also what you say all the time.
yeah. But that's fine. That's fine. But that's the only reason why I could think is they're assuming he got better.
Another year older, another year wiser.
Yeah, that thing. Another year in the system because last year was his first year in the new offensive coordinator system. And this is his second year in that system. Should know it better. Should be able to hand off better. Maybe throw a pass here or there. Possibly, I don't know.
Honestly, that's very fair. That is the logic behind the assumption that Cade Klubnik will take a step forward.
Quit acting surprised. I am a scout.
He is true. He has watched 5 college football games, so he's very qualified. I don't know, man. Like I everything else I'm fine with. I think calling out the lack of activity in the transfer portal is absolutely a quality of this team to be talked about. I think the necessity of better wide receiver play is something to be called out. I think losing 9 starters on defense is something to be talked about. I also think it is fair to question I think it is the biggest question. I don't think it's fair to make the assumption that Cade just will be better. Do I think he will? Yeah. Like Lonzo said, he's got a year under Garrett Riley's offense worth of experience now. But also I got to see him do it. All right, Clemson fans, what do you think? Ranked 15 by Athlon. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, one more live and we're back. Stay right there for me, please, and thank you. Those of y'all that listen to the show, you know I'm a big semantics guy. I'm a big words mean things guy. All my jobs are words jobs. And when I'm being serious about my life, which is like 6 to 8 minutes a day, I try to pick my words carefully because words mean something. Let me have a conversation about something happening in baseball that is word-centric, that is completely and entirely unimportant, but it got my goat last night. It burned my brownies last night. It somethinged my Hanes last night. What was that one?
I don't know. He's been gone for a while, so you start to purge them from your memory. The brownies will be there forever, though. That's not going to go
that
away.
one's not going anywhere. Let me tell you something that I think I had thought about it before, but for some reason, and maybe it was just because despite it not being the first one they have participated in, I stayed up too late last night watching a Braves Diamondbacks game that went first pitch at 9:40 p.m. and ended after midnight last night. And I stayed up and watched it because I do not care about my own health and well-being, like at all, right? Like at all. So I stayed up late last night, and we get to the extra innings, and the 10th inning comes up, and Mr. Announcer Guy, as he is setting up the top of the 10th inning between the Bravos and the D-backs, says that the Braves are going to send out to second base Zach Short to be their ghost runner. And I had a problem with that because it's not a ghost runner. Those of you that played middle of the street, center of the cul-de-sac baseball when you were kids, we had in my neighborhood, for the early portion of my life, I lived on a cul-de-sac. You know what a cul-de-sac is. I don't need to explain it.
There are some people who don't know what it is. It'll only take you a few seconds to explain it.
A circle. I lived on the circle. You know how some streets at the end, they have a circle? That's a cul-de-sac.
It's like a roundabout. You just go down. Yeah.
It's not a roundabout. A roundabout's a roundabout. A cul-de-sac is a circle. They're different
Yeah,
things.
but in order to get out of the thing, you got to go around.
That part's true.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's a circle. It is usually a way for, let's call it what it is. It's a way for developers to fit a lot more houses on the end of a street. No issue with it. That's just what it is. So growing up as a Ute, Yana, there were a bunch of kids in my neighborhood, and we would play cul-de-sac baseball, right? Home plates at the corner of the cul-de-sac. If you hit it, first base was on the corners. Second base, because it's a circle. But
how's there a corner or a circle?
Don't worry, I have the tablet of truth.
Be quiet.
No, it's fine. I'm going to diagram it for you.
But there are no corners on circles. You're talking about being semantic. There's no corners on circles.
There's no corners, but the corner of the diamond were at the corners of the circle, right? So like on cul-de-sac baseball, it was set up like this, like home plate. Then you'd have first and second. They were at the 90-degree out and at the edge of the circle. There's your bases. There you go, Stream. There's a diagram of cul-de-sac baseball.
It doesn't look like what you think it does. It looks like the Death Star.
Whatever one it looks like, that's what it looks like. We all played cul-de-sac baseball because the Little League diamond from where I grew up was too far for the kids to hop on the bikes and take a ride. So we played cul-de-sac ball. And when you were playing cul-de-sac ball, the way that it worked was because you didn't have enough people to play in the whole field and have extra runners, you had a ghost runner. So if you ran for a double and then you had to get back to home plate to hit because you were up 2-3 batters later in your little cycle O short staff because you didn't have 18 kids in the hood, then you put a ghost runner on second base. And basically that ghost runner, however many bases you advanced on your next hit, the ghost runner advanced that many bases too. So if you hit a double, there was a ghost runner on second, the ghost runner scored. Ghost runner on second, you hit a single, ghost runner goes to third, yada, yada, yada. But the ghost runner was a ghost runner because it was a ghost. There wasn't a body there, right? There was an entity on second, but it was imaginary. It was a ghost.
So you didn't have a designated runner because one dude was really fat and could hit the ball, but he couldn't run. So
Correct. Just like in baseball.
Get out of breath, so you just brought him back.
Just like in baseball, if a Bartolo Colon, my fat king, hits a triple for everybody else, he's got to run the single that it is for him. Okay? Ghost runner goes on second. MLB has adopted calling the extra innings runner a ghost runner. It's not a ghost runner. There's a person there. It's a base runner, right? Like, I understand that you want to signify that it is a free runner that you get. Every team gets it when they start their half of an inning in extra innings, right? It's a spare runner. It's a free runner. Or why don't we just call him a base runner? Because that's what it is. I don't know why, Zoe, as I don't know why with most of the random rants I go on here on the show. I don't know why this bothered me so much, but this bothered me so much. It's not a ghost runner. There's a person there. The premise of the ghost runner is you can't see them. You can't interact with them. You can't swipe the tag on them because they're a ghost runner. They're not there. That's why it's a ghost runner. This is just a base runner. If you want to call him a free runner, I'm good with that. Shane says we call him a bonus runner. I'm good with that. Like, call him whatever you want, but can we not call him ghost runner? Ghost runners were a huge and influential part of the life of every American Ute that grew up playing baseball on the cul-de-sac or on the street or in the field or wherever you grew up. Texter who said, Rob, only 1%ers get to call a circle in the neighborhood a foreign term like the French cul-de-sac.
Yeah, I agree with that person, but because
what did you call it?
We didn't have circles, so I mean we couldn't afford them.
We couldn't afford circles. What a line.
It's got to be one of the most favorite things I've ever said.
Marcus said, we used to play cul-de-sac sports. We weren't fancy like y'all. We just used mailboxes for bases. And at least once a game, somebody would plow into the momentum. Yes, us too. And here, you want the punishment of being a 1%er? The mailboxes on my cul-de-sac, they were like these big ornate brick structures.
Sure,
I could have lived in one of the mailboxes.
Of course they were.
All right. I didn't have like little metal box on a stick. We had basically small castles for mailboxes.
So no one hit the circle with a bat thinking they were going to knock the mailboxes down.
If you went mailbox mashing in my neighborhood, you would break your Louisville Slugger. Your Louisville Slugger. They were effectively smart. Like, let me put it this way.
I've heard tell, not that I would know from experience, that you don't use wooden bats for that sort of thing.
It doesn't matter. You could have used another one of these mailboxes to go mailbox mashing in my hood, and you wouldn't have taken that a mailbox. I will acknowledge that I lived in a neighborhood of 1% mailboxes. You could crash a car into the mailboxes on my cul-de-sac, and the mailbox would have won. I only know that because somebody in my neighborhood smashed a car into a mailbox on my street and the mailbox won. You know why? Because this mailbox was so big and so bricks that they had to support it with iron rods that went into the ground to hold it up.
Yeah, that makes sense. You weren't the one who tried that, though. It wasn't you that crashed into the mailbox, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, all right.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago that this allegedly happened.
Statute of limitations, dude.
Yeah, it was totally me. It was raining. All right. It was raining. I was young. I had a Go Fast V8. Yeah, it was me. What do you want? Mailbox won. I had to pay to get that car fixed. It was bad. It was bad. Point here is, if a kid hit one of the mailboxes on my cul-de-sac, that kid died. That's why we had ghost runners, to prevent that from happening. Stop calling it a ghost runner. Major League Baseball, it's not a ghost runner. All right, when we come back, last night, I was hosting BetMGM tonight as a guest host. I got the opportunity to interview former men's national player Eric Wynalda, asked him about the Greg Berhalter situation as well as Euros 2024. I'll play that interview for you when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
New life.
All right, guys, new life, and then we're back with the Wynalda interview. Stay right there for me. Text just said, so the ghost runner is John Cena.
Pretty much.
Trista and Mario let me do a whole segment yesterday. We started with the John Cena conversation, and then they asked, what were the most emotional retirements for you? And I said, even though he wrestled other matches elsewhere, HBK super kicking Ric Flair is the answer to that question, right? Like, that's the answer.
Yeah, it's also made fun of like crazy now.
For sure.
People saying, I
Rick
love you
wrestled
before they
matches
kick
like
someone
30
in the
years
face.
later.
Yeah.
But that's the answer. I said it would have been Undertaker at WrestleMania 30. He should have stayed gone after that. It would have been Triple H and Undertaker walking off after their WrestleMania match. They both should have stayed gone from that. I said my favorite retirement wasn't a retirement. Mark Henry.
Yeah. It's
I told Trista I own that jacket because of that. I bought that jacket when I saw it at that. And she goes, because I may be on it again tonight. She goes, if you're on it tomorrow, will you wear that jacket for the show? I'm like, hell yeah. I wear that jacket anytime. It's my favorite jacket because of Mark Henry. I'm going to intro the interview.
Okay.
We have been following the saga of Greg Berhalter, whether or not he will be relieved of his duties as the manager of the U.S. men's national soccer team. It is my hope that he is. It's not that I root for people to lose their job, but sometimes people aren't good at their job and they need to lose their job. To me, Greg Berhalter is one. Will he be the guy? Won't he be the guy? Last night, I guest hosted BetMGM Tonight on the BetQL network alongside regular host of the show, Trista Crick. And we had Eric Wynalda on the program. Eric Wynalda, of course, a former player for the U.S. men's national team. Eric Wynalda, a 3-time participant in the World Cup. Last night, Eric Wynalda spent some time on the show. Here is my interview with former U.S. men's national team and current veteran, Eric Wynalda. BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetQL network. Rob Brown in for Ryan and Nick. Trista Crick in the house as well. And we are now joined on our stream, which you can, of course, go find right now at twitch.tv/BetQL, as well as on fine Odyssey stations around these beautiful United States to talk United States soccer in this case. Former U.S. men's national team star Eric Wynalda joining us here on the show. I'm sure, Eric, that everything has been calm and serene and just relaxing in your life the last few days.
No, you nailed it. It's been great sleeping 2 hours a day. This is phenomenal. I mean, the biggest problem is the guy that has to make the decision about who's our next national team coach will be, if there is going to be one. There's a guy named Matt Crocker who still hasn't figured out a way to get back to the United States. He lives in England. That's kind of a problem. But so I'm getting a lot of calls from Europe. I'm getting you nailed it. I'm lacking sleep, but I'll bring you energy. I know too much right now.
All right. Well, then I will allow you to inform I will request of you to inform the people. Obviously, there's a big campaign. The American Outlaws, the official supporter group, Bottle 676 has come out. They have put out a letter asking for a change at the manager position of the U.S. men's national team after let's call a square, a disappointing early exit from Copa America. Can you just kind of give us an update? There was a report last week that a decision on Berhalter will be made this week. It is only Monday, but we haven't really heard anything yet. Can you just kind of update us on what you know about the situation so far?
So it's really about getting all of the players in one room. This is not a Zoom call meeting when you make a decision of this magnitude. And people need to understand, if you go back to how Greg Berhalter was hired in the first place, there was several new characters that weighed in. Cindy Cohen, who's the acting president, brought in a guy named JT Batson. Neither one of them were going to make the call. They hired a guy named Matt Crocker, who's just made his way back over from the Euros. Apparently, the U.S. Soccer Federation was paying for his trip to Germany, which is I don't get either. But there's another group called Sportsology that is located in New York. And don't forget Don Garber. He will be a part of this decision too. So I've been told that the meeting is in New York. It started today. It might take a few days. The decision may have already been made to remove Greg Berhalter as the coach. The next step is, can you financially figure out how to pay him off and finance the next coach? So a lot to discuss. I made a joke earlier on my show that maybe this is the first time that the Federation had more accountants in the room than lawyers, and maybe that's a good thing.
So if you look at the future of U.S. soccer, it feels to me we've got a multi-pronged set of reasons why we just can't compete with the rest of the world. And it feels like we're kind of the Diet Coke version of England. Like we just continue to disappoint earlier than I think expected. Our striking hasn't been great, but also there's like cultural reasons that the U.S. has that England does not have. Do you think that we can ever compete talent-wise with the rest of the world, or do you think a lot of this comes down to the managing?
It really is the manager. I do think we have a very talented team. I'm not going to call them the golden generation. They're more like the silver spooners. They're an entitled bunch of guys that think that they've already done something. That's the old school guy in me coming out. I apologize for throwing rocks, but they got to beat somebody in the top 25, and it should be somebody outside of Mexico before we can start thinking that these guys have really accomplished something. But it really does come down to management. You brought up Gareth Southgate in England. There has been a lot of correlation between the two mindsets of the countries. And it really comes down to systemic play. I mean, our guys have been forced to play in a system. This is a coach that will never – the system is never at fault. It's never his fault. It's just guys didn't execute. And a lot of ex-players, people like myself, analysts, and who are looking at this from the outside, you can see the talent. You can see the potential. It's just the methodology isn't working. These guys can play the game at a high level, and they're very good. They're playing at big clubs, but they're being forced to play a certain way. And that's just for your audience. That's not how the national team works. It's forced friendship. You pick the best players, or the best players essentially pick themselves that they're a part of your country. And then you as a manager need to figure out what that puzzle looks like. He's been forcing round pegs to the square holes for a while, and it isn't working. So I think a change is necessary, but I also think that somebody who with a little bit more experience, who's going to be not afraid to take the reins off of these guys and let them play and let them show us their personalities. Because I would go back to your original question. I think the manager has been holding them back.
I go back to leading up to Copa, the 5-1 loss against Colombia, the worst of Berhalter's tenure, and then a 1-1 draw against Brazil. And it felt like U.S. Soccer wanted to throw a damn ticker tape parade for a draw at home in D.C. And to me, it was two things. Number one, it was tactics. And I know there's a lot of people who kind of feels like a lot of people throw that around as a lazy take, but people who are a little more sophisticated in soccer, I think, have seen that. And B, player development. You talked about the entitlement. To me, if you've got a coach who is kind of allowing that, and it's always about the good vibes and never about good results of matches, you're not going to go anywhere. And the biggest problem to me, Eric, is we host the World Cup in 2 years. If it's on the same schedule, the next time it rolls around, I'll be in my mid-70s, which means I'll be dead. I want this one to not be a disappointment. And it feels like I don't care if there's 2 years left. Greg Berhalter has shown, nice guy or not, that he's not the guy to get the most out of this team. What is the holdup with U.S. soccer? Or is there some little bit of them that still believes Berhalter's the guy, but 6 years just isn't enough time?
Well, I mean, it's a couple of things to unpack there. And first of all, I hope you live into your 80s. I hope that we figure it out by then. Secondly, when you look at the ticker parade, thinking that this was such a great accomplishment, the 1-1, it really did feel like a loser mentality. And then you flash forward to the game against Uruguay, when I guess the most damning thing that we got out of that game was when a coach goes, it's 1-1, it's 1-1, meaning he's referring to the other game and not playing the game he's in. I don't think he'll ever be able to overcome that. Look, I think when you look at where we are as a country and the decision that needs to be made now. There's a couple, most of us are saying the same thing. We're all saying 2026 is not an opportunity to screw this up. We can't screw this up. It's too important. Regardless of the fact we got to share the money and the tournament with Canada and Mexico, we have to have the best showing that we could possibly ever have, because these opportunities come along once in a lifetime. I got to live in one in 1994. I got to play in front of the United States. It was an unbelievable experience. Our guys just need a couple of things to happen, and that is to get a belief. You said in their results are important. This coach has been talking about performance. Oh, it's all about the performance. No, this is not a sport where we come out, we entertain, and they boo or they clap. That's not how this works. There's a scoreboard. Somebody wins, somebody loses. And the most of us need a coach and a mentality in a group that, whether you want to call them entitled or maybe complacent or they're too friendly with their coach, they got to go out there and kick ass and win. That's what we're about. I said this multiple times, man, the last verse in our anthem is Home of the Brave. We need to be brave right now. And we need a coach that's willing to be brave enough to let these guys really play. I believe in them. I still do. I just think that they have been on the shorter side of the stick simply because they haven't had the right information.
Yeah, and you mentioned Gareth Southgate, and you mentioned those parallels in terms of the style of play. It feels like the English players are quite frustrated by the style as well. Now, they have been rescued at the death by insane goals. You had that bicycle kick by Jude Bellingham, which was absolutely insane. And then in the round, you had that laser kick from Saka in the quarters. They even won penalties. I can't believe it that they ended up winning in penalties.
Ever, right?
Right? Is this something that saves Gareth Southgate from criticism because he's been getting killed in the press? Or is there maybe some sort of systemic change happening there down the road as well?
Well, look, I mean, no one's going to say that England doesn't have the talent. They certainly do. They got some naive players to a certain extent. I mean, you could go with guys like Cole Palmer who are finally getting on the field and making a difference. Saka is still, early 20s. To ask Jude Bellingham to do what he's doing is still an amazing feat in its own right. He's 20 years old. We forget that sometimes. I mean, Kobe Mainoo is a guy that they're expecting to win games for them. Also, very young and inexperienced. Harry Kane can't do it all. Let's just put it that way. But this team, what's interesting about Gareth Southgate, as pragmatic as he has been, when he has been forced to make change, either through injury or, which have happened in game and or suspensions, the team has played better. So it's kind of telling. I mean, they get down to the end and they say, oh man, we have to take out Harry. We have to take out, several other players, Trippier, who have been big contributors. And then suddenly we start playing better. So it's funny how that works. I mean, you have an idea of what you think is going to happen as a coach. And sometimes plan A is too predictable. This forced change that English is going through is really saved Southgate. But I mean, here's the thing. He still made the changes. He still made some really ballsy moves to put other guys on the field in certain moments. And Cole Palmer coming into the game and really going for it. Ivan Toney with his assist. So as much as heat as he's taken right now, he's making integral moves that are winning England games. And let's keep in mind, this is the second semifinal that he's been a part of. If Harry Kane doesn't miss that penalty kick, maybe England finally does get to sing that song, It's Coming Home.
So I'll cut it there. That is our interview yesterday with Eric Winalda. All I asked him about after that was the French team with Kylian Mbappe, who needed PKs to escape Portugal the other day. But wanted to get to the stuff. I did ask Wino at the end of that interview before he left when we might expect some news about Greg Berhalter and if he had any inclination about what that news would be. A little bit late in the segment, so I'm not going to get to that question. But effectively, Wino said tomorrow. He said there should be an announcement about the future of Greg Berhalter tomorrow. I will tell you this. The fact that one of the guys who must be a decision maker in this. The fact that the guy who is ultimately going to be the final voice in that decision, the fact that that guy had to fly back to America because he was in Germany for the Euros. And despite the fact that our national team was floundering here in the States trying to figure out what was next, he just decided, they'll figure it out. I'll hang out at the Euros instead of flying back home immediately to fix it. That's all you need to know about U.S. Soccer Federation right now. All you need to know is that the guy who's going to have to sign the decision, no matter what it is, decided after we got bounced, it was more important to stay in Germany and watch the Euros than it was to come home and figure this out. That's my freaking problem right now. Guy that gets executive decision-making power around here, Lonzo.
No comment. It took extra innings, but the Atlanta Braves won their third straight game with a 5-4 win on the road at Arizona. Bryce Elder pitched 5 innings, giving up 4 hits and 3 earned runs. Sean Murphy hit a game-tying 2-run homer in the top of the 9th with 2 strikes to keep the Braves alive. The Braves win is Atlanta's 50th, 7.5 back of Philadelphia. U.S. basketball announced Kevin Durant will miss the early portion of training camp before the Olympics with a minor calf strain. Head coach Steve Kerr said Durant will be sidelined as a precaution. The 35-year-old is playing for his 4th gold medal and is Team USA's all-time leading scorer. Make sure you tune in this afternoon from 3 to 7 p.m. for our brand new local show, Wire to Wire. Cole Bryson and Diesel get you up to date on the latest local and national sports news. Great guests, great debate, a whole lot of fun, and from what I understand, lucha mass. And it's all Wire to Wire.
From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Traffic Center, I'm Grant Hunt on the Fan Upstate.
Is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing the things you love? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders? Hey, it's Charlie James. There are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. QC Kinetics is helping patients like you every day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. I'm talking cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They've helped so many people here and tens of thousands more around the country. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids and surgery and pain pills are no longer your only options. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief with no downtime. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation now. 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772 in Greenville and in Asheville. 864-448-3772.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears.
That's funny, James.
Granger.com or just .com. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
We talked about that on the show last night too. We were talking wrestling, and at the beginning of the last hour, I didn't know this because I'm never listening at this point, but in the beginning of the last hour, on the video stream when they start the theme song for the last hour, it cuts to a static, like a wavy color bars thing, right? Mm-hmm. And then there's like a different video that plays for the last hour because they say that's where we switch from wagertainment to just tainment because the wagers are all over because it's 10 o'clock at night, right?
That might be when I need to start listening.
It's great
for promos.
It's great, it for sure. And so I was talking to Tristan about it, and I said, I got to tell you, my wrestling brain kicked in because anytime that a camera cut, just hard cuts and static or whatever comes up, something cool always happens. It's like a return or a debut or something crazy happens. I said, so the wrestling brain in me just went, who's about to show up? right? Like I thought we were about to get a walkout. Tristan goes, that's what we should do. We should have like a surprise guest. Come on, not tell the host who it is, and they just got to make up an interview like a wrestling promo. And I said, could you imagine how funny it would be if like I spent 3 hours going, Greg Berhalter should be fired, and then static, and then Greg Berhalter joins the show, and I got to stare that man down, right? Like, what a hysterical segment. And Mario goes, I'm on it. And I was like, oh, God. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Eric Winalda. I know it was on last night's show, but I very much appreciated him coming by BetQL and BetMGM tonight while I was guest hosting to talk some footy with me yesterday. That was a recorded interview. If you missed that, you can go to the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Not only can you go back and listen to this hour or any hour of the Rob Brown Show on demand, if you are a few minutes or maybe an hour behind live, you can use the Odyssey Rewind feature and just back up to where you want to start listening to and then catch back up through the process. And that includes every show that airs on the station, including BetMGM Tonight, which I got to guest host with Trista Crick last night. So make sure you go back and check that out. If you missed the full interview with Eric Winalda, you only missed like 3 questions there. The next 2 were about the French team at the Euros, and then one more for Wino at the end where I asked him if we were going to get any news, and he said, yes, Wednesday. You will get some news on Wednesday. All right. Here's what I got coming up for you. Want to talk a little NFC South here. In the next segment, we will do we'll do ESPN's pro wrestling power rankings, and we'll see who we like and where we like their list. And then we'll wrap it up with a little more footy, American football. And then we will end it with, as we always do, with the X is going on. Sarah Walsh is an NFL analyst for the Yahoo Sports folks. Found her a few days ago, went through, watched some of her old stuff. I dig it. I like it. I think she's got a pretty good finger on the pulse.
She used to be on NFL Network.
I don't think you're wrong, but she didn't jump. I didn't remember Sarah Walsh. I like what she's doing for Yahoo right now. I think she's pretty level-headed. I don't think she's issuing any hot takes. So yesterday, she was on a pod. She was on a pod yesterday for Yahoo Sports, and she was talking about the NFC South, doing a little round table about the biggest storylines for each team in the NFC South. And she started with Carolina Panthers. Why not? What's the biggest offseason storyline for the Panthers? Sarah Walsh said this. Sarah Walsh said, sorry, I should have asked. Sarah Walsh said this.
The most obvious thing there is that the Panthers were willing to back up the Brinks truck to put Bryce Young in a position to be successful. And for the quarterback, that position might just be being upright. After being sacked 62 times a season ago, second most ever for a rookie, only behind David Carr, they went out and spent more than $150 million on 2 guards in Damian Lewis and Robert Hunt. And this is a Carolina team that had 7 picks in the draft. They weren't using any of them on an offensive lineman. And what that tells me is this isn't about building for the future. This is, hey, we want to build a fortress in front of Young, and we want to do it right now with veteran guys that are among the best in the league. So that's what they went out and did. And of course, Dave Canales, known for building up quarterbacks. He just did it here in Tampa with Baker Mayfield and his resurgence. He did it out in Seattle with Geno Smith. The belief is that all of this is putting the pieces around Bryce Young. It was obviously a very rough rookie season for him. Now, does all of this take a Panthers team that went 2-15 a year ago and catapult them into the playoffs? That would be a pretty tough leap, but you have to believe that they took gigantic strides physically that you will see this offseason to make the Panthers and Bryce Young in a much better position next season.
So literally my take. She didn't take it from me. She doesn't know who the hell I am, but it's the same take. And I agree. The biggest offseason move was going and getting 2 veteran, proven guards and building up. Now, she pointed out that by not using the draft picks that Carolina had accrued the last couple of years on offensive linemen, which obviously they did not, she said, it's not about building for the future. It was about building for now. It's about making sure BY is set up well, which is absolutely correct. But I would also say you're invested in Bryce Young for at least the next couple of years. Hit or miss, pardon the expression, pass or fail. You're locked in with BY9. That's your guy. So I do think Carolina has an eye on building for the future here. I do think they are building for the future. I just think that the realization is, whether you like it or not, building for the future involves building around Bryce Young. You were locked in with him for a couple of years. So to go grab a couple of guards and to say, yo, look, the important part here is, and I love what you said at the beginning, putting Bryce in a position to succeed. And this year, that position is upright. Just be upright. You got sacked more than any rookie with the exception of Derek Carr, or was it David Carr? One of the Carrs. I think it was David, wasn't it? I think it was David Carr. I don't think it was Derek.
Yeah, it was David.
Yeah. So you got, like, if you're a quarterback, and this is what I kept saying all last year, and I kept getting pushback from people going, well, he's short. He's short. He's this. He's too sweat. I kept getting that. And my response was, I don't care if he's like the reincarnation of Terry Dan Bradshaw. If my man is under pressure every snap and dude is getting almost a full second less than the league average in the pocket before he sees pressure, and he was, I don't care if you put Tom Brady back there. They're not going to succeed, or at least not to the level you want them to as a first-year guy, as a learning curve kind of guy. And that's what happened with Carolina last year. Teams realized 2 weeks into the season, this offensive line sucks. We're just going to send dudes. We're just going to send guys at BY, and we're going to panic him. And that's exactly what happened. And honestly, I don't think BY had a terrible season for the amount of pressure he was under. But Carolina saying, no, we're not going to put unproven, untested rookies in front of an unproven, untested Rob Brown rookie. Because this is BY's rookie year for me. We're not putting him out in front of another rookie.
You're trying to trigger me. That's what you're trying to do. I'm already on vacation. I know I still got a day, but you're trying to trigger me.
Lonzar's already checked out.
Yeah, it's not going to work. I mean, I hope this offensive line works out. They got to stay healthy. And I hope that you're right about how good he is. I have my doubts, and I hope I'm wrong. I want him to do well. But we'll just have to wait and see. If his feet are busy and he's got the yips that he can't get rid of, you could blame it on the first year. And if he has sound blocking in front of him and he still struggles, then he may never get better.
I don't disagree. But to me, that is exactly why it is that you go out there and you get veteran offensive linemen. Like I said, I know that it's kind of like a fun haha joke between me, or at least for me, a haha joke between me and Zoe about this being Bryce's rookie year. I'm not joking. To me, sincerely,
By the way, I know you're not joking. That's why it bothers me.
I sincerely, genuinely am considering this Bryce Young's rookie year. As I've said about TL16 how many times, I do not think people genuinely understand how toxic of a coach or really a coaching setup for a couple of years, because it's not just that Frank Reich, and again, Frank Reich's not toxic the way that Urban Meyer is. Herb's not just a bad coach. He's a bad person.
Here's the thing. Unless Bryce Young comes out and wins the Super Bowl at some point and CJ Stroud continues to get better every year, we don't know. This will be his second year too. It's always going to be, you could have had that guy and you messed up. And it's always going to be on Tepper, because they didn't, in a lot of people's eyes, including mine, they made the wrong choice at quarterback.
Yeah, but again, going back to it, that is to me, respectfully, that is an improper assumption that CJ Stroud would have been any better in the circumstances that he's in. Last year's Carolina offensive line was not as good as Houston's. Last year's Carolina wide receiving core was not as good as Houston's. Last year's coaching staff was not as good as the one DeMeco Ryans put together. I don't play for the Houston Texans. You may or may not know that. Not under contract. I'd run through a wall for DeMeco Ryans. I would run to bed listening to Frank Reich speak because it was nap time.
Okay, I'm glad you finished it with the nap time.
Yeah, I realized halfway through that I needed to add the last caveat to it.
Good save. I didn't even have to help there.
Yeah, I saw the face light up. Point is, you stack Frank Reich. And again, Frank Reich's not a bad guy. He's a good dude, but he's a bad coach. He wasn't the guy. I blamed it on. I've said this a bunch of times. I blame Frank Reich's departure from Indianapolis on Jim Irsay. Right? That I spent a year going. Jim Irsay is a lunatic. Right? Jim Irsay has very clearly allowed his off the field issues, which I'm sure most of you know what they are at this point. Jim Irsay has allowed his off the field issues to begin to cloud his judgment on it. And that's why Frank Reich got let go. Well, then Jim Irsay not just let Frank Reich go, but he hired Stryker. Good hire. They drafted Anthony Richardson. Again, I've pointed this out a number of times. If Anthony Richardson's collarbone doesn't explode last year, I don't think the Houston Texans win that division. I think the Indianapolis Colts do. And if the Jags don't implode last year, I don't think either of the rookies win the division. I think Trevor Lawrence does. But what happened. The Texans won it. The assumption that CJ Stroud could have stepped into the same circumstances in Carolina and been any better than Bryce Young is not an assumption that it is fair to make. I think it's okay to make the assumption that, like, oh, if you took Patrick Mahomes and put him in Carolina, yeah, I think that guy would have been a stud muffin because he's Patrick Mahomes. Are we ready to say CJ Stroud is Patrick Mahomes? No. I'm willing to say he had a better wide receiver core, a better offensive line set up. He had a better running back. Like, he had everything in Houston was better for CJ. Everything was better for CJ Stroud than Bryce Young. So if we flipped those roles, I don't know that Bryce Young doesn't win the division in the AFC South, and I don't know that CJ Stroud doesn't stink up the field like BY did in Carolina.
There's a reason that Houston was picking so high also, because the team was not that good. The quarterback came along, he was exceptional and elevated that team. And now that team has gotten better. So forever, whether you want it to be or not, those two guys are going to be compared because Carolina could have taken CJ Stroud and they did not. And this year they have the potential to do a whole lot better than they did last year. So he's got to make up for it in fans' eyes. And I am a fan of the team. He's got to make up for it by playing a whole lot better than he did last year.
I do not think we're just going to have to disagree on this one.
And will forever.
I have no
until
doubt.
I'm proven right.
There's no proving you right. It is impossible to prove you right. It is impossible to say that if I flip those quarterbacks, the results aren't the same. It's impossible to say. What it is possible to do is go this way. Whose wide receiver core was better last year?
Whichever team that CJ Stroud played for.
No, that's not how it works.
You can name the
CJ
guys.
Stroud doesn't play wide receiver.
You can name the guys. I cannot because he does that. He's that kind of a player. You can throw some nameless guy who I don't know in there, and he's going to make them better. I don't know that you can do that with Bryce Young.
Okay, I'll answer. Houston's. That isn't
okay. My answer was a really good answer, but apparently it wasn't the one you wanted.
No.
So
it's not the one I wanted. If I offered you,
that.
Okay, you're the Chiefs GM, and I'm going to say right now, you get to pick one of two last year's receiving core. You don't get the quarterback, just the wide receivers. You want Carolina's or do you want Houston's from last year? Because the answer is Houston's.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't
What are you
matter.
talking
It doesn't
about?
matter because of Patrick Mahomes.
What are you talking?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know. I don't know how
No,
to respond to that.
you picked the wrong team.
Okay, fine.
To do that
Fine,
because
fine,
they
fine.
were supposed to do
Change the team.
horrible after their best wide receiver left, and they did not. They won a Super Bowl.
Fine.
So I
Since
mean,
Lonzo hates hypotheticals, I'm going to do another one. You're the Seattle Seahawks, and you have to trade your whole wide receiver core. Do you want Houston's last year or Carolina's last year?
Another horrible choice because it doesn't matter. Whoever you pick, who's the quarterback? Who's the quarterback in Seattle?
Geno Smith.
Right. So whoever you pick, it's going to be
Geno's going to make him better.
It's going to be
Geno
mediocre.
Smith.
Whoever you pick, it's going to be mediocre.
Okay. So
It just, I mean,
all right. I'm going to kill this conversation.
You already did.
No, I didn't. Because if I ask you to say if A is better than B, going, oh, well, C. No. It's just you have to pick one to put in any position you want. For any team you want, which wide receiver core is better? You're telling me that across 32 NFL teams, no wide receiver unit is better than any other wide receiver. They're all the same. That's what you're saying.
I don't understand what you're doing now. I don't.
I asked you to tell me whose wide receiver core is better, the one that was in Houston or the one was in Carolina.
No,
and your answer
you want me to pick the answer that makes you right, and I'm not going to do that.
No, I don't. You say Carolina's is better. Say it's better.
I don't know.
I do.
CJ
was better.
CJ Stroud does the same thing on either team. Doesn't matter if he's with the Panthers would have did what Houston did.
No, they would
not.
not
They picked the wrong quarterback, and the future will prove whether it's true or not. And you will make excuses, caveats, whatever to make it wasn't Bryce's fault. It wasn't. Oh, this is his real rookie season until he struggles this year. Oh, well, that wasn't his rookie season. His third year, though. This is his rookie season. You're just making excuses for the guy, and it's weird, dude.
No, it is not. It is to look at any given. Be careful about how I phrase it. Group of football players. All right, to look at any given unit and compare it to other units is how this game works. All right. So if quarterbacks. Are some quarterbacks better than other quarterbacks? Yes. Are some running backs better than other running backs? Yes. You know how I know that? Because that's why they pay them lots more
You're
money.
right. CJ Stroud is better than Bryce Young. You're right.
If I ask you to go drive a NASCAR race in a 97 Miata, you're going to lose. You're going to lose because the gear is not good enough to win. That's Carolina last year. The coach was bad. The wide receiver core outside of Adam Thielen was bad, and Thielen wasn't even playing in his position. The wide receiver group in Houston was better. The running back situation in Houston was better. The offensive line in Houston was better. And in retrospect, we can now say the coaching staff in Houston was better. Everything was better for CJ. I'm not saying, and I think what you're hearing as a CJ Stroud guy is, CJ Stroud's not as good as Bryce. That's not what I'm saying. CJ Stroud may very well end up being a career better quarterback than BY. He might be a better quarterback than BY. What I'm saying is you are asking a guy who was cooking in a 5-star Michelin kitchen versus a guy that was cooking in a Waffle House. You're saying, oh, the Waffle House guy's not as good. You don't know. He's in a Waffle House kitchen, and I love me some Waffle House people. This is not disrespect. I'll see you for lunch. All right. You're saying the guy in the Waffle House kitchen isn't as good as the guy in the 5-star chef who has in the 5-star Michelin setup who has a sous chef. No. He might be just as good, but he doesn't have the equipment to match up what that guy did. So we do not know.
Stream, please calm down because you're just going to make it worse.
I'm not making it worse. I'm right. You can't make something I'm right worse. Take a break. When we come back, we take a look at ESPN's professional wrestling power rankings so that Lonzo can end this day on a high note with me. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
Hey, man, I don't care either way. I just really got to pee. So, I mean, that's,
All right, I'm also going to step away, guys. 45 seconds. Stay right there, folks. I yell. I think I emphasize points
Oh
dramatically.
no, you yell, but that's the
I'd
thing.
say it's a shout more than a yell.
Because I think people don't understand that it's possible for you to go up a level when your normal talking voice is shouting for everyone else. And they haven't heard you at a sporting event where you go even higher than that. So
It's very true.
yes, I was, Shane. It was not a joke. Which is why if you're in the hallway, get out of my way. I've been moving even faster if I wasn't wearing sandals. My biggest fear in the hallway is always Tara, because I do not want to run into Tara, because that will be the end of Tara.
It would be.
Yeah,
it would be.
because she's very small. Other people probably will survive. If I run into Fat Boy, the reverberations will shake the entire building.
If Lonzo runs into Fat Boy, you'll hear it on the air. Even though we won't be on the air at the time, you'll still hear it on the air.
And then we go right into sumo, because you got to. I mean, you know, once you got, I mean, you just gotta. I'm gonna lose that, but I'm still gonna put some effort into it.
So, WWE and AEW, along with NXT, New Japan, etc., wrestling right now, Zoe, I would make the argument, is as big as it has been since the peak of the Attitude Era. I would say it is as popular as it has been since the days of Stone Cold and The Rock and Mr. McMahon, the bad guy, like WrestleMania 17, 18, 19 era. I'd say it's in that range right now. Is that fair?
You know, Rob, I've seen every WrestleMania. That's how old I am. And yeah, I don't remember it being even when I was a kid, when there was Saturday Night Main Event and all that kind of stuff. And because you couldn't see wrestling as much as you can now, and you would think there'd be oversaturation, but all it takes is one guy taking over creative and another company starting up to cause some competition.
Yep.
And there you go.
Yep. It took the bad guy going away. It took somebody who loves wrestling and understands it taking over WWE. It took the son of a billionaire deciding to build his own play toy company and then letting wrestlers run it. And now wrestling is as big as it has been in maybe ever at this point.
And then you throw in our belief in Joe Hendry, and then there you go.
So ESPN is in on the hype. They have actually created an entire wrestling section on their website.
Some guy in Michigan is completely ignoring ESPN now.
So they put out their power rankings for men's solo, women's solo, and tag team wrestlers around the planet right now. Let's start, great one, with their tag team power rankings as they stand. In the tag team division, they have going in reverse order: The Acclaimed, House of Black, The Street Profits, DIY, Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill, A-Town Down Under, Nathan Frazier and Axiom, Finn Balor and JD McDonough, FTR, and the number one tag team in the world, the Young Bucks, and All Elite Wrestling. Who's too high? Who's too low?
Well, FTR definitely too high. I'm not even sure why they're on this list. The same with Jade and Bianca. I love Bianca, but Jade is just not on the same. Bianca has to carry that whole thing. And do I have bias? Yes, towards FTR because they're boring and they're liars. I don't like liars.
They're not boring. They're a blast.
They're liars.
And it is part of the shtick. It is part of the gimmick.
I don't know
which
if
I'm all in for.
I love Street Profits. I don't know if I'd put them above House of Black.
They're not doing anything now.
Neither
right?
neither is House of Black.
Neither is House of Black, and that's fair. And let's be real, House of Black's not doing anything because I'm like 99% convinced Aleister Black is going to go back to WWE sooner rather than later.
He said that he wouldn't do that, but so
yeah, there's a lot I've said I wouldn't do, and then somebody
when your
check.
wife is somewhere else and,
Right.
they're doing really well and they're in the spotlight and everything. Yeah, you just kind of.
Yeah, he's not just like Andrade. Andrade was never going back, but when he realized that his wife, Charlotte Flair, is just a WWE lifer, there's no chance that Aleister Black's not going back to Zelina Vega and WWE. So I think because of that, AEW kind of cooled off House of Black a little bit. I got no problem with them dropping down. I'll tell you who I really like on this list, and I've enjoyed them dramatically more than I thought I was going to, is Nathan Frazier and Axiom. Like, I enjoy their stuff.
Yeah, but if you watched last week's NXT, they're probably going to break them up.
I'm sure they are,
yeah.
because they're not like star laden, but just as somebody who likes tag team wrestling, I really think they have a good tag team chemistry. Doesn't make them super over, but I really like them. Young Bucks being at the top. I'm going to tell you, I've gone so hot and cold up and down, left and right on the Young Bucks over and over, because as the two guys who lean into the power as EVPs on AEW, I've really liked the character. The problem I've had with the Young Bucks is their matches are just spot fest, right? It's very blind wrestling until they get to a spot chain. And then they do the spot chain, and then it's very blind wrestling until they get to another spot chain. That being said, when they get into their spot chain, it's flawless. Like, they're very good. I don't know who I'd put above them, though.
See, I miss big guy tag teams, and they just don't do those very much. Like Road Warriors back in the day, even Aquaman and whatever.
AOP?
AOP, yeah. I want to say Razor, but I think that is what
it's Razor.
Oh, yeah. Those guys, they should be number one. They should be.
If only so I can get more Paul Ellering in my life.
Yeah, I miss big guy tag teams.
All right, let's look at
shout out to DIY though.
Power
Congrats on winning the
rankings
championships.
for best faction right now. Los Ingobernables checks in at the bottom of the list. Then House of Black, Damage Control, Bang Bang Gang, Wyatt Six, Don Callis family, BCC, The Elite, The Judgment Day, and they still have the Bloodline at number one best faction.
Bloodline's pretty vicious right now.
I'm going to tell you right now.
And scary.
I was very concerned when Solo dropped the first, I'm the tribal chief now. Look at me. I'm the tribal chief now. But the boys they have brought out, Tama Tonga, Fatu, Jacob, like these dudes, everybody except Solo is legitimately good. And here's the thing. I think that's the point with Solo, right? Like, I think the point is a disillusioned former enforcer who thinks he's the guy that has everybody else on the chain, but the three dudes behind him are all more badass than the guy who can't find a suit jacket that fits him. I think that's the point. And I got to tell you, it went from, oh God, we're doing this again, to I'm kind of in. Like when Randy threw Fatu out of the ring and then hit him with the clothesline DDT and then spun around and Fatu was already back up hulking out, I was like, oh, this dude's a badass.
Yeah, I don't recall ever seeing that happen. So
it's been a very long time.
Yeah, so I guess I agree with it. I don't know. I mean, why is Wyatt Six on the list when they haven't wrestled yet?
I mean, they've had an impact.
They
Even if
have.
it's not been in a ring, they've had an impact.
They
right?
have. You're right.
I think that's fair. As far as the AEW guys, like I honestly, the Elite, but it's not because of the Young Bucks now.
Right. It's Okada, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He and his new favorite word.
Yep.
BCC
cooled off so much.
They have
cooled off so much,
and it's still really
fun.
The best, some of the best guys in the business in the thing. It's
They just cooled him off a lot. Don Callis family, like Don Callis is one of the most entertaining guys in wrestling, but like the story of the family just kind of when they kind of told the story amongst all the big guys in AEW, it just kind of went stale on me. I honestly don't have an issue with the with Bloodline being at number 1. All right. Women's solo wrestlers. Here's the list. Counting backwards. Rhea Ripley's at the bottom, but they say it's because of the injury. We haven't seen her in 6 months. So that's fair. Roxanne Perez, Maya Iwatani, Willow Nightingale. This is going backwards to the top. Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, Mercedes Moné, Jordan Grace, Toni Storm, Bayley at the top of the list. I love Bayley. I'm a Hug Life guy, but Bayley over Toni Storm is silly right now. That's a silly pick.
Mercedes being on the list is silly to me because she's wrestled like 3 matches.
Yeah, and the crowd turned on her
right
last
because
time
she's not. It's a WWE wrestler coming into AEW trying to be WWE. Still, they were happy for her to come in because they feel like, I'm guessing, they took one away from them.
Yep.
But then she hasn't really done anything.
I think that like Mercedes Moné, as we waited for her to make her return from the Sasha Banks era, the boss time, as we waited for her to make a return, there was a lot of excitement. And to be honest, Mercedes Moné, a.k.a. Sasha Banks, is one of the better pure wrestlers on this list.
See, I always thought she was the weakest of the 4, but out of the 4 horsewomen.
I don't. I think she's a wonderful, I'll put it this way, wonderful in-ring storyteller,
Okay.
which I think some of the
Who's
other
she
women
better
like.
than in the 4 horsewomen?
Honestly, I know you're going to hate this and you're going to disagree and tell me I'm wrong. I'll take her over Charlotte Flair. I'll take her over Charlotte Flair.
The greatest women's wrestler of all time. You're going to take her over that?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. No. The most titled woman of all time.
All right.
If Charlotte Flair's last name isn't Flair, she's
By the
not
way,
Charlotte Flair.
Not changing what I said.
And that's fine. It is, again, subjective. If Charlotte Flair's last name wasn't Flair, she's not Charlotte Flair. She's another, granted, good wrestler, but I think the potential is there. I just think it doesn't look that way because at the end of the Sasha Banks WWE time, when everybody knew she was leaving, they cooled her off. She took so long to come back. And now that she's back, basically being the same character with no changes, she's not able to live up to what I think she could
I
be.
get what you're saying about Toni Storm, but here's the thing with
Toni Storm's the best thing going in women's
Storm's
wrestling.
just a better character. Her wrestling is really not that great. It's not horrible, but it's not that. Her wrestling does not match her character on level. It doesn't.
I'm not going to disagree, but I also think it's more about her character being great than it is about her wrestling.
It is, and sometimes a character
Of this list on it, besides Bianca, who's truly a great wrestler?
Well, the Japanese wrestler that you mentioned, I don't
Mia
think
Iwatani.
I don't really know her.
I don't either.
I think Willow Nightingale is a very good wrestler.
I think Willow Nightingale's a fine wrestler. I don't think she's any better than Toni Storm. I think they're on the same level as wrestlers, but Toni Storm's character right now is out of this world. And for the record,
I noticed our friend Chris Statlander not on the list.
Not on the list. You are correct. Friend of the show, not getting a nod here. Toni Storm's character is the best thing going in wrestling right now. And again, to me, I would rather have a superb character and storyteller and a pretty good wrestler than an excellent wrestler and an okay storyteller. Let's run very quickly.
By the way, one last thing, Roxanne Perez, I cannot stand her. I don't know why she's on the list. She
I'm
can't
not a
talk
fan.
and she's not that great of a wrestler.
I agree. That's one thing we agree on. All right, here's the men. MJF last on the list. Ahead of him, Okada, Damian Priest, Bryan Danielson, Jon Moxley, Drew McIntyre, friend of the show, Damian Priest, friend of the show, Gunther, Swerve Strickland, Will Ospreay, Cody Rhodes. Cody's only here because he's got the belt. Cody is not better than Will Ospreay. Cody is not better than Swerve Strickland. Cody is not better than Gunther.
All right. Cody is better than Swerve Strickland.
No,
he's not better than
Absolutely
Will
not.
Ospreay. He's not better than Gunther.
He's absolutely not better than Swerve Strickland.
Yeah.
No, he's not. In what regard?
I think just overall wrestling.
No.
Well, okay, we disagreed. Surprise.
Shocking.
But we both agree that Will Ospreay is the best wrestler.
Will Ospreay is the best wrestler in the world right
Yes, he
now. I
is.
do not disagree with that. Will Ospreay is clearly number one on this list as far as I'm concerned. I'd put Swerve after him. I got to tell you, I am more excited. Any other story or character we've talked about on this list so far, I am more excited about the next 3 months of Drew McIntyre than I am anything else
I just
on the
don't
list.
know what they do. I mean, they're
What do you
not.
mean, what do you do?
He's not winning at all, and it just.
Why
I
not?
mean, how psycho can he go?
Yeah, that's what I want. I want bad. They brought back Bad Blood. I'm glad because I think we're getting a blood match. I think Triple H will let a blood match go for Punk McIntyre because full Scottish Psychopath is what I want now. And the answer, if they're not going to win them all, why not? I'm not saying he's got to win Cody's belt, but he can damn sure win Damian's. And he can do it by viciously beating CM Punk and now Seth Rollins. I think Drew McIntyre is going to get his championship run in front of the crowds that he got denied by COVID. He got denied by Punk. He got denied by Jay and Jimmy in the Bloodline. Drew McIntyre is the best thing going in men's wrestling right now, in my ever so humble opinion. All right. When we come back, a few more sports stories. Then we ask what the X is going on. And then we call it a day on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Yes. Oh, sorry. I did it again. That's my bad. I should pay attention. Really? That's very interesting.
Justin just sent that.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, last time they put an ESPN guy on there, it didn't work so well.
Yeah, that's also true. They need to hire me.
Testator can do it, though.
Testator can do it.
He's got that. I don't know, as long as he knows the terminology.
You know what it is? All it takes is somebody who loves wrestling.
Yeah.
Honestly, because every former person they've brought in, you can tell doesn't love wrestling. They're there because it's a crossover to paycheck. Testator, I think, is a wrestling guy. So that'll work. Keegan, to answer your question, have y'all heard the rumor that Damian Priest was KO'd and that's why he didn't kick out of Rollins' pin? There's two. That's not why. And I can tell you that's not why, because if you go back and watch, you can see Damian start to roll his eyes towards the ref. If you ever want to know if it's going to be a false finish or not, watch the eyes of the guy getting pinned because he's going to look at the ref, right? But the reason he didn't kick, I am convinced of it now, was McIntyre's music was supposed to hit it too.
Earlier, yeah.
And if McIntyre's music hits, the ref pulls out and looks, and that's your out. But McIntyre's music did not hit on time.
But
so the ref pulled out of a 2.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. Everybody's like, he's got to count to 3. Have somebody lay down and count a 3 count like a referee and tell them either pick your shoulder up or don't and try to stop a 3 count when he picks his shoulder up. It's impossible to do. That's why those have to be scripted. And that's why so many are wrong. Because who was it? There was a women's match. You may remember who it was last year, Zoe, where it was, I think it was a Shayna Baszler match where the same thing happened where one of the women just straight forgot to kick out and the ref pulled the count. And everybody was like, count to 3. And it's like, that's too fast for a reaction time for a false finish late 2 count.
All right. According to the New York Post, they believe that he's going to join SmackDown. Testator. And that Graves and Barrett will still be on there and it'll be a 3-man crew.
Oh, see, I think you would put him backstage.
No, he'll call. And he's been calling boxing and stuff. That's the reason why. But they've tried that before with who was it? Josh. Why do I forget his last name? I think it was Josh. Who was the guy that was? Anyway.
I don't remember.
It was an MMA guy.
Yes, Keegan. I'm saying Bubba Ray occasionally embellishes things for the sake of his pod. Yes.
I almost agree with everything he says, though, usually. So, and I feel vindicated. It's Damian Priest's fault because he's got to be situationally aware enough to know the music didn't hit. I got to kick out.
Yeah,
he didn't move at all.
The thing is,
unless he was knocked out, he did not move at all.
If you're writing that as a script, you write it as one music, right? And the problem is the difference between and realizing between here and here that the music didn't hit and getting a count and knowing that the ref is not going to do the same thing and hit on 3. Because if that ref hits on 3, it doesn't matter what else happened. That match is fine.
I get it if they were in Paris or somewhere where the sound was so loud they couldn't hear it. I don't know.
You are asking for not 1, but 2 split-second, faster than split-second reactions when you already know what's supposed to happen in your head.
Yeah, Keegan, I agree. If he wasn't knocked out, he at least sold it or tried to sell it. And,
I think that's the case.
if you messed up, you're going with, hey, man, I was knocked out.
I was knocked out, exactly. But again, I don't think anybody messed up except the person who was supposed to press play on Drew McIntyre's
producers,
CD.
Man.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob and the Great One Lonzo with you, wrapping up a Tuesday afternoon here on the radio broadcast. Credibility in sports is important, especially in the age of legalized sports wagering. You know, I do not have a problem with the professional leagues partnering up with gambling websites as partners, as sponsors for those outlets. I genuinely don't have an issue with it because, again,
you don't think it's a little hypocritical though that they're partnering up but the players can't bet?
I don't at all. Just like I don't have an issue with this radio station partnering up with a beer company, but I'm not allowed to sit here and stone cold brewskis while I'm on the air, right? Like you can't engage in that while you're participating in the job. I do have an issue with that. And for the record, most every league does allow the player to gamble, just not on their sport, right? Because integrity of that sport matters. Dig this story out of Euro 2024. UEFA has appointed for the England v. Netherlands 2024 semifinal matchup a head official by the name of Felix Zwayer. Z-W-A-Y-E-R. Felix Zwayer. Felix Zwayer will officiate tomorrow's match between England and the Netherlands. Felix Zwayer was also banned for 6 months. Granted, it was back in 2005, but 6 months after taking a 300 pound, nope, got it wrong again, 300 euro, roughly $325 bribe from another official to fix a match. A 2005 investigation found that Zwayer accepted a bribe to favor German club Wuppertaler SV.
Wupper.
Wuppertaler. Wuppertaler. What are you going to, never mind. Leave that alone.
Maybe this W is a V.
Well, I mean, in German, that's how that will. So it's Wuppertaler SV in their match against Werder Bremen Amateur in May of 2004. Bellingham referred back to that incident. Jude Bellingham, who is the big star for England right now, referred back to that incident in a post-match interview in 2021 after his domestic club, Borussia Dortmund, lost 3-2 to Bayern Munich in a huge Bundesliga game. The England midfielder who played for Dortmund at the time said, quote, "You can look at a lot of decisions in the game. You give a referee that is match fixed before the biggest game in Germany. What do you expect?" And Bellingham got fined 40,000 euro for those comments, which are totally freaking fair, right? Like, could you imagine if the NBA trotted Tim Donaghy out for the NBA semifinals? Could you imagine if they trotted him out for like game 5 of the NBA finals this year? We'd all be like, really? That's the guy you decide to give whistle power to?
You'd be really upset, and then you'd immediately try to figure out who he bet on.
Hell yeah. I'm taking the over, baby. Yeah, it's real bad. This kind of stuff can't happen. I am a big fan, it may or may not shock you to learn, of sports wagering. Big fan. I believe in it. I as it stands right now, I basically am allowed to, in this state, I'm allowed to prop bet, right? You can prop bet in South Carolina. You can use, whatever, DraftKings or whatever to prop bet. You can't bet on games and lines. But I will also tell you that every couple of weeks, Rob Brown goes up to Asheville, meets a buddy, has some brewskis at a bar, and puts in 2 or 3 weeks worth of bets. And then I talk about gambling nightly on BetQL, or weekly at the least on BetQL. So, which, by the way, I will be hosting BetMGM again tonight from 7 to 11. So right after you're done with Wire to Wire with C Money and D Train, Cole Bryson and Diesel, stick around for another 4 hours of electrifying sports entertainment with your boy. 8 hours of Rob Brown on the radio station today. You, upstate, are very welcome.
If they start calling themselves C Money and D Train, I'm retiring.
Diesel had to do a segment yesterday wearing that luchador mask that's over in the office. And the funniest thing about it was that when they decided to start reading text, Diesel couldn't read the text line without his glasses on. So over the luchador mask, he put his glasses, and Cole Bryson, and what I swear is the funniest thing he said on this radio station, named Diesel's wrestling character Senor Doctor, which I thought was brilliant.
It is. What's his finishing move, though?
That's a great question.
It would have to do something with proctology.
100%.
Yeah.
It's the turning cough.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Also, at Clemson, they call that the oil change, I believe.
Yes. So anyway, listen, I'm big on sports gambling. I think it should be legalized everywhere. If people want to gamble, let them gamble. It's their money, not yours. Stop it. But the integrity of the game has got to be protected by the games itself. The integrity of the game has to be protected by the leagues itself. So for them to decide who determines the match outcome to be someone who has already been quite literally convicted and fired for match fixing, well, suspended at one point in the past, I think it's kind of silly. And these are the kinds of things I think that are going to make it harder for those of us that enjoy gambling and want it to be a legitimized hobby to get it there. Because now people can point to stuff like this and go, wait a minute, even the sports know that match fixers are refereeing. They're letting them do it. I got a problem
I'm
with
okay with second chances, but in something like this, the optics of it, you just can't do that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm fine with second chances too. I really am. But like, also sometimes I'm definitely not, right? Like, we all have to acknowledge.
Oh, man, he can continue working, just not in that.
Right. I'm not saying let's be real. When we say I'm here for second chances, what I'm saying is it is okay to allow someone to like pay their debt to society and become a normal person again. I'm fine with that. But we also have to acknowledge the real world. And sometimes the real world is your second chance is not doing the thing that you already hurt other people. It's just that we're not going to penalize you for that in other aspects of your life, right? Like, just because, like, I'm not going to let somebody who robbed a bank one time, if that bank says, yeah, you're not allowed in this bank anymore, I'm not going to be like, come on, bank. Don't you believe in second chance? No, screw that guy, right? Like, there's a difference here. I'm not saying that Felix Zwayer isn't allowed to go on being just a regular everyday German citizen. What I'm saying is I'm not going to let a guy who screwed not just every player on the pitch, not just every coach, not just the entire German Bundesliga, which, by the way, is effectively German NFL. I'm not going to go, okay, you got suspended. You paid your debt to society. Here's your whistle. Here's your penalty book. Here's your cards. Have at it. Like, no, dude. I'm just going to say we're not going to persecute you for the rest of your life in everything else that you do. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All right. Coming up on tomorrow's show, it'll be Zoe's last show with us for a week. So we do a Fight Club tomorrow on the show. Got one more thing I'm going to write up tomorrow, and I need some help from y'all between here and there. Before Zoe leaves tomorrow, the ESPYs are on Thursday. Tomorrow, I would like to hand out some Zoes. We're going to hand out some Zoes, an award named after the only man on the show who deserves an award named after him, the great Alonzo. We are going to hand out Zoes, and over the next 24 hours, I am going to let you guys pick the categories we award winners for. You can do generic sports stuff, like hand out a Zoe for best male athlete, best female athlete, best team, best champion, best this, best that. Or you can make up a totally ridiculous category and award a Zoe for that. So on tomorrow's show, I want you to come up with a category, and I want you to come up with your nominee. And then as you bring them to the show, Zoe and I will either hand out a Zoe to your nominee or we will propose our own. We will do that on tomorrow's edition of the show.
I already got one. You want to know mine?
Yes, I do.
Vertically challenged athlete of the
Play
year.
the damn sounder.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
I got an idea who would win that. All right, the first thing that's Xing is video game day.
I'm not laughing at that with you. I'm not laughing at that.
Okay, video
That's
game
rude.
day. That's fine.
It's rude.
They're laughing with me, so we're good.
Video game day. I'm assuming today's like National Video Game
No,
Day?
it was yesterday, and I'm disappointed that we missed it. But so I had to bring it up, even though it's a day late. Video game day.
So
I'm sorry, National Video Game Day.
What you're telling me is that this afternoon, when the fiance gets home, but before it's 7 p.m. when I host BetMGM tonight right here on the Fan Upstate and the BetQL Network, when the fiance gets home and she's like, hey, what are we doing for dinner? Hey, we got to do this. I can go, no, babe, I'm very sorry. I'm currently helping liberate Bolivia from the hands of the San Muertos cartel in Wildlands because I am trying to participate in a national celebration of National Video Game Day, and it will be totally legitimate.
Absolutely. Get those drones up. Do what you got to do.
Love it. The people of Bolivia need my help.
Take the guy out of the car and say, sorry, brother.
Sorry, brother.
All right. The next thing that's Xing is RIP Cartoon Network.
Yeah. So there's this rumor going around that Cartoon Network is shutting down. I saw it this morning and I got a bit concerned because I think I was going to say my age, but here's the thing. Cartoon Network is not only still running strong, but at nighttime, they actually show animated shows like from our era, right? They've got Futurama on there. They got Family Guy. They do all of those anime stuff on there now. Like, it's a very important television network for those of us that will grow older but not up. As Jimmy Buffett once said, I am happy to report that the rumors are untrue. Cartoon Network is not shutting down.
Yeah, it was weird, and people don't know why. That's just someone decided to start trending that. There is a merger that has went and all this, but they're adding stuff. You usually don't add things if you're going to be gone.
Yeah.
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is turning 56 today.
Nah, he showed up last night. I believe it was last night at a movie premiere with Glenn Powell. Glenn Powell was in for Twisters.
I'm super excited about that movie. Is that dumb?
No.
I'm very excited about that movie.
But if a tornado happens while I'm watching it, like happened when I saw the original, then I'm never going to go see another tornado movie again. So, but we got to play the odds here.
Got to play the odds here.
All right. I'm going to get got eventually. Chances are it's going to be by a tornado, but still.
Why?
Just because I Final Destinationed it too many times as a child, and it's going to get me eventually.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
it's just a weird, like, I'm fine. I've always said, like, when I go out, I want to go out doing something.
I don't want to go out, period. But still,
I mean, you don't have a choice, right? It's not up to you.
You're right.
We all have our time. So what I don't want to do is go out either like sick or whatever. And I don't want to go out boring. He passed in his sleep peacefully. No. I want to go out epic. I want to go out like eaten by a great white at 99, shark diving the Great Barrier Reef, or like something really out there. I guess getting picked up and hurled through space by a twister is pretty epic, but then you just turn into that really awkward opening scene of the original Twister where like dude's trying to hold the cellar door shut. Then he goes.
Yeah. When the tornado takes me out, when I'm dead, I want to land on something famous.
Do you want to be aware when it throws you a mile into the air, or do you want to be just lights out by that point?
Well, if I'm in the air and it's at all possible, I'm going Superman arms. I mean, you're up there. You're going to die anyway. You might as well.
I'm going out.
All right, one last thing, and I'm not doing it, but there's something that has to do with a moose that was on there.
Moose Knuckle Monday.
Yeah, I'm not saying it.
Moose Knuckle Monday.
Because I don't know what that is.
Let's put it this way. All the different things that trend on, for instance, Tuesdays that are also alliteration about particular body parts?
I was guessing it was something anatomical, but I started to look it up and went, okay, no one's telling me yet. I'm stopped before I see something. I don't need to
Let's
be seeing.
just say the boys have T-word Tuesdays. Now the ladies have struck back. The ladies have Moose Knuckle Monday. I wish you the best. Don't Google that at work. Have a great day. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. Where's my sounder? I did that one on purpose. I was trying to find the JJ sounder and I lost it on
I'm
my
gonna say
phone.
it's up. I
I lost it. Yes, Steven. I did the Twister experience at Universal before they shut it down, and I will tell you, it was incredible. It was one of my favorite things.
What does it do though?
So,
I mean,
it wasn't a ride. First off, you walk through the queue for the line for it was an experience. It was like a show.
Mhm.
You walk through the line, and it was a mix of like an educational experience about tornadoes. They told you like how they form and how they develop and how they grow and yada, yada, yada. And also a museum of props from the original Twister movie. And then you go into what is effectively a sound set from the movie, from the drive-in movie theater scene from the original Twister. They recreate that. And the experience is you're basically in that scene from the movie and it simulates it. So like the drive-in movie theater screen gets blown away, cars start sliding across the sound
yeah, I
stage.
definitely don't want to do that because, as I pointed out a bunch of times, there was a drive-in theater that got torn down by tornadoes, actually in Columbus. Then they rebuilt it. We were at that theater, at that drive-in, watching Twister and Independence Day, by the way. And in the middle of the drive-in scene, I heard a sound. I was like, man, that sounds awful loud. And it was the kind of speakers you put in your car. I turned it down and the actual siren was going off. There was a tornado warning during that and then they shut everything off for just a few minutes. And then they brought it back as the tornado sirens went away.
Turn that off real quick.
I mean, what are the chances that happens?
So here is, not just 9 years ago, somebody actually posted, I'll share it with that on the screen. I'll hang out for a minute because this is old school. Somebody just posted a video of it from Universal. I'll put up their YouTube channel and everything so they get credit for it. So let me take the overlay down. All right. Down. So this is the Twister experience at Universal Studios. I don't think it's still there anymore, but like the outside of the building, it's got like a tractor coming out of the wall and stuff. And so as you go through it, it's like I said, it's like partially a museum from with props from the movie, right? Like torn up signs. This is inside of it. It's got like a little bit of an educational thing so you can kind of learn about tornadoes. And then you watch, like they have movie theaters, you watch scenes from Twister to show you kind of what it's all about. I'm going to get to the actual experience. Old Helen Hunt. So here's more of the inside of the line going up to the show, right? You're walking through a house that got torn down. More movie scenes. Come on, get to the show. Or does it not? All right. So yeah, here you go. So there's like a simulated storm. Tornado alarm is going off. Oh, so this one's a different one. This might be the California one, but so this is a gas station, and then basically it simulates going through a tornado.
If you grew up,
there's the drive-in movie theater back there.
Yeah, if you grew up with a tornado siren on the pole at the pole that's the border of your front yard, it's the thing that strikes fear in me more than anything. just hearing that sound.
Here, I'll turn up the sound so you can hear it in the studio.
Thanks.
So see the twister going by in the background? Wrapped it up. So there's a big movie screen in the back, and they actually put the twister going by.
That's really cool, but it's not.
It was genuinely like legitimately, and then they have an actual tornado on the stage. There's the machine that they had the sensors in flying across the stage. Bye, sign. Yeah.
Wow, what a realistic looking
I know,
cow.
right? Isn't it incredible? Like, if I didn't know better, I'd think I was actually in a tornado. That was just somebody who went, how do we get fire? You're welcome.
Thank you for surviving Twister. Please pick up your personal belongings. and
It's so
exit your-
dumb, but it was like, as a kid, terrifying.
Yeah. Again, been in tornadoes firsthand, and it's nothing like being like 9 years old and hearing the sirens and looking and seeing a tornado coming straight down the street towards you, and then going up over your house and then hitting houses behind you.
I've honestly,
it's not. And
not only have I never seen one, it is way high on the bucket list for me to go storm chasing.
See,
way up on the bucket
another
list for me.
time at that drive-in, we did a yard sale, a bunch, me and my friends and our siblings, and we got enough money to go to the drive-in, and my friend's mom took us all in a truck, and we went to see Tourist Trap. And so, which would have been, I don't know, 78, 79, something like that. And in the middle of that, tornado happened. This time, you could see the tornado up in the sky outlined as it went over where we were. That kind of stuff happened to me all the time. And it's like, no, I can't. No. What?
One last dork story before we leave. Keegan said, oh, where'd that text go? I've watched so many tornadoes go by my house in Alabama. Like, I've never seen one. I've seen water spouts. Water spouts I've seen. Water spouts are tornadoes that are out over the water.
No,
They're
I
not
get
a
it.
threat.
I don't know why I think water spouts would be cool, but
They are pretty cool.
yeah.
Okay. Here's a story that I'm going to end this on because I love it. This, according to the New York Times, there was a sword that has been stuck. Want to guess where this sword's been stuck for the last 1,300 years?
In a stone?
In a stone in the French countryside in Rocamadour, which is in southern France, for the past 1,300 years. Last weekend, it went missing.
Wow.
So my question is to all of France, who's king now? Because somebody's king now, right? Like, that's how this works.
Yeah.
That thing has been there for 1,300 years.
You've been following the French election. I don't know.
I know who's not.
Yeah, it's.
I know
not,
who doesn't have the sword.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
Let's see here.
maybe that's what really happened. I don't. It could be.
The sword, as the story goes, has been wedged in the stone for nearly 1,300 years, and it became a landmark and tourist attraction in Rocamadour, a small village in southwestern France, about 110 miles east of Bordeaux. So residents and officials were stunned to discover late last month that the blade had vanished, according to La Dépêche du Midi, a French newspaper. An officer with France's National Police Force in Cahors, a town 30 miles southwest of Rocamadour, said the sword disappeared sometime after nightfall on June 21st and that authorities opened an investigation after a passerby reported the next morning it was missing. The officer who declined to give his name emphasized The officer who declined to give his name emphasized that the sword is a copy, but acknowledged that it has. All right, well, that was what a letdown, dude.
You thought it was an actual sword in a.
I got so excited. I thought the France was about to have a new king. We were about to like have a mythical being show up, and it was a stupid. Well, I'm leaving disappointed now. I hope you have a good day. Y'all come back tomorrow.
You did get
Goodbye.
got. You're right.